I'm Rezlar.
I'm Frosty.
As nobody's really engaged quite yet.
Yep. Oh, there we have a bit of. Oh, was that a triple stun for the Mystic?
And welcome back to the Value Pack. And welcome everybody to another episode of the Value Pack. We have a very, very special guest today, but first, I want to give a special thank you to our lovely patrons. Badgerana, Britton Clark, Infrax, Hawaiian, Auscultation, I Has Issues, Jeremy Johnson, Calahad, Lord Carrot, Mayo Knight, Minaria, Ponism, Slytech, and Talix X Septum. Thank you guys so much, and everybody else who supports us on Patreon. You guys are the fucking best. So, very special guest today. We've been kind of wanting to have him on for a while, and we finally managed to get him on the show. Should be a good one. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. So let me introduce to everyone Biohack. Thank you for joining us, man.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me.
Hell yeah, man. So I guess, explain to the people who maybe don't know who you are or what you do, what you got going on, because you're a very influential person in this game for anybody who's maybe out of the loop and doesn't know.
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess my biggest claim to fame is I'm probably the richest player in the Western game, NAEU, worth like $2.5 trillion. Easy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know anyone else who's really that close, so maybe there's someone out there, but every time I say that, people get upset, so probably. we'll put that caveat on there. Yeah, full pen, everything, C20, hard-capped gear, pretty much. The only things I don't have are Pen Fallen God and Shiny Alkstone, so it's like 321 Kutum AP, I think. But yeah, back in the day, I was a hardcore life skiller. I was the top trader in the world for a long time, several years. And yeah, nowadays I make most of my money by enhancing for profit.
So with the hard cap gear, basically, PA literally has to make content for you.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Fallen God is that's going to take a while, but
is that what you're working on now? Are you working on Fallen God and the Alkstone? Is that actually something you're interested in getting?
Yeah, I am for sure. The Alkstone more than the Fallen God. I definitely want to get that. Mostly just trying to make money, and I'm working on like the Infinite Pot and the Rich Merchant Ring. Those are like the more immediate goals I'm working on. But yeah, in general, I'm just making money, and when I get the money, I'll use it on the Alchemy Stone. Is the plan. But I'm like really into investing and like picking up resources when they're cheap and like playing the market and stuff. So mostly I just want to make a lot of cash to take advantage of good deals.
Right. How much money is the base starting point to try to go for that Alkstone, the Shining?
Oh, it's probably like 500-600 billion average.
Oh my god. Rezlar, have you ever seen 500 billion silver in this entire time you've been playing this game total?
Is that a number?
It's a number in this game. That's the average starting number to go for this stone. I actually don't even know, I don't think most people know how you even make Alkstones. Could you just elaborate on that? Like, what's kind of the method for making Alkstones? That's like part of the game that most people they get a Vel's Heart and they never think about it again. So it's like...
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, for big Alkstones, like the Resplendent, Splendid, Shinings, like, you just buy the Resplendents and upgrade them. So it's pretty simple. Like, I'm working on a Protection Stone, right, for my Evasion build. So I would just buy Resplendents off the market, feed them a bunch of plywood, like moss plywood, and then just click them up and hope it doesn't downgrade. That's pretty much it. It's not worth making them like from scratch.
I see. So
they come in through Shikatsu boxes. That's why they're available.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, who the hell is sitting there making this shit and selling them?
Nah, no one makes them. They just come in from various boxes, and you can even like get them as a random drop when you're doing alchemy with mastery. I think. I never got one, but I'm pretty sure they're on the list.
I guess that kind of ties into the same kind of thing where there was like some items that you don't feel like anyone's like really grinding, but they like still have a weird amount on the market. That's just doesn't seem realistic. Like before they came out with like the rifts and whatnot, ogre rings like still constantly appearing on the market. Who the hell is farming ogres? But now we have the rifts, so it kind of explains where a lot of it's coming from. But I don't know. There was just like a lot of weird items like that where like who the hell is actually producing this stuff or getting this stuff and putting it on the
Yeah,
market?
well, I mean, that's why we've always said it's like event-based economy, right? Because like so much of
Yeah.
that stuff only comes into the game when they give out like reward boxes and stuff.
Yeah.
So there's not even a shining protection stone that I can look at on the marketplace. What do you know what the stats of a shining protection stone are offhand?
I mean, it's got a whole bunch of stats.
It's got
the
a lot,
Evasion, I
'cause
think,
I'm-
is 16.
Is it? Yeah, okay. I think that's because the Splendid is 13 DR, 14 evasion, 210 max HP, and 7% all resist. So assume just a little bit more than that.
Yeah, I think the gaps between everything is the same. So the difference between that and the one right before it would be the same as like what you would get when you made it shining.
The Destruction Stone is insane. I mean, I know for you, you're just trying to get like the extra tankiness, but that 10% attack speed is actually wild to me.
Yeah, I might go for at least a splendid destruction at some point.
Dude, the 10% attack speed from that plus the 2 new gems that are in the announcement that we'll talk about later. Oh,
Dude, who are the people that sold the Shining Destruction Stone? There's 5 of them. Like, why? Why?
Somebody
New
like
players.
bought it.
Yeah. Dude, it's got to be also like, if anyone sells it just for money, it's got to be the same people that buy often.
I think it was RMTers that made the first one, and then it's got, or not like a hacker that made the first one, and then it got passed around through RMT a few times.
Oh, I see. So now it's probably gone with those waves.
No, like it's on. I there was someone in Snake who had one. There's a couple that exist. I think Odier has one. But
Okay.
yeah, they're all illegitimate.
So I looked it on BDO Planner. 16 damage reduction, 16 evasion, 250 max HP, and then 8% all resistance.
Yeah, that's insane. Wait, how much? 8% all resist?
8% all resist, yeah.
Yeah.
that's pretty nuts.
All right, so I think obviously nowadays, like everyone knows you for your enhancing. You do crazy enhancing, and you have an insane enhancement setup, and you kind of consistently enhance for profit. I assume most of it is for profit, right? Like on your stream, I know people can sub to get you to do an attempt, but are any of those just at a loss, or is it all like you kind of have it set up in a way that it's for profit in mind, even when you're doing the ones for the subs?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you mean by at a loss, because like a lot of the pens I click pens with crons, which I always, if you come to my stream, you're like, should I cron this? I'm always like, no, don't use crons on pens. I do that purely for subs, but I'm not losing money on it. It's just not the most efficient way to make it. So yeah, I do stuff like that where it's like I wouldn't do it if it wasn't for stream, or also like I set up dono goal for like the pen Blackstar clicks, the pen Blackstar I sold to Moreland.
Mhm.
Like I didn't do that because it was the most efficient thing to do with those crons in that stack, but I got like $1,300 in donation goals to click it. So
Wow.
that, you know, played a big role in deciding how to use those resources. And it's like I made like 3 billion profit on it, but I could have made a lot more if I, you know, had done something different.
Right. So why? Because I think a lot of people prefer to cron pens, and I've always said like I don't mind enhancing on a backup, but it's part of like you got to have the willpower and the drive to do it, because it can be frustrating going duo and try and tet and then back to pry and then duo and then try. But so why do you not recommend to cron pens in your opinion?
Well, first it depends. So if we're talking about pens that are 429 crons, those being Red Nose, Begs, Muskins, Libras, it's not so bad. Those are, because they're fairly cheap to cron. You know, it's not the end of the world to cron it. You can just, it like for me, I can make those items cheaper without crons than with crons, which is why I say. But you can still probably be, I mean, you definitely can beat the market price using crons on those items. But a lot of people are usually asking that. Well, I mean, a lot of people are talking about like weapons, offhands, other stuff like that, where cronning is just terrible. I mean, if you look at how much it costs you to make, say, a pen dandy with crons on something like, I don't know, even like a 120, 130 stack, it's basically the same as buying it, if not more expensive than buying it. So, I mean, why make it? You're taking a risk. You're using up cron stones, which are a really valuable resource for other things. And I guess that's what it really comes down to. Like, for one, it's cheaper to make it raw if you do it right, and for two, cron stones are super important, and wasting them on things where you're not really getting any more value than if you'd done it raw is kind of foolish. You should save them for, upgrades where it's actually mandatory to use cron stones or far more efficient to do so.
Is it more efficient to use hammers?
I mean, the hammers you just want to use on the Pen Black Star, right?
All right. What did you
That's
use your
what you gotta
hammers
do.
on?
I'm saving them for Black Star Awakening.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
If
Hopefully they
Black
don't
Star doesn't
delay
Awakening
that.
come out before that, yeah, I'll just tap them on Pen Fallen God. Pen Fallen God's technically slightly more efficient because it's like 4,000 cron stone save versus like 3,700. But I mean, Pen Black Star is Pen Fallen God's kind of a meme, so I'd rather, have a reason.
Well, with that what is it, 0.03% chance with a relevant stack or some shit?
Yeah, with like a 300 stack. Yeah.
It's
So
insane.
did I make a great mistake using my 2 hammers on Tet Fallen God, or is that efficient? Or decent?
So Tet Fallen God is what, like 2,700 crons? So, I mean, it's not the end of the world.
Something like that. Dude, I can't even imagine croning, even with 2,100 for try. Just from like, nah, I don't want to pay for those crons. That's crazy to me. I feel like I'm one of these people. Like, I'd rather just grind.
Wait, you clicked try raw?
I
Fallen
clicked,
God?
no. I clicked try with. So I had the hammers, and I was actually just going to use them for try, because I was like, I don't care. This has like a 9% chance to go. Maybe I'll actually get it. And then so I had enough crons to do 1 attempt, and then I was going to do the 2 hammers, and the cron attempt went. So then I used the 2 hammers on Tet, and they both failed.
Oh, nice.
Sadly,
Okay.
but
I mean, it was good that you had the opportunity though to click on the Tet.
yeah, I felt a little bit peer pressured at the time because deep down I really should have saved it for Awakening Black Star, but who knows if we ever get that.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
maybe when PA takes over, they'll maybe
Yeah, probably when
keep us in
PA
line.
takes over, they'll like increase the value of costumes and give us Pen Black Stars.
Yeah.
Or Black Star Awakening at the same time. So they can boost those sales numbers.
Alright.
Yeah.
That does sound like something they would do.
so how do you deal with fail stacking? Like, what's your setup for fail stacking? Because I know you mostly use concentrated versus, like, you don't use Reblath, do you?
Oh no, I use a lot of Reblath, yeah.
Okay, you do.
And
use
I
Reblath.
enhance Reblath all the way up to 10.
Okay. Do you use normal armor and weapon stones, or you only use concentrated just to speed things up?
Oh no, I use a lot of armor
Okay.
stones, yeah, for sure.
All right. So
Weapon
this is
stones, I don't use a lot of weapon stones. If I'm just building like 18 stacks for pry accessories or something, I'll use weapon stones, but mostly I just use armor.
right. So we all have our rituals. For me, like I don't know why I'll fail stack when I'm like making duo stacks. I'll stack up to 20 and I'll just start on 20. Unless I feel like the game hates me in that moment, and then I'll stop at 18 because it keeps going 15 right when I get to 20. Where do you stop when you're just trying to make like a base duo stack for like a boss armor or weapon?
So I mean, I have a really complicated system that's all about inventory management. So I mean, I might click plus 14 Reblath anywhere between 14 and 23. It's all about like me trying to carefully balance how many pride, duo, try, etc. I have, and clicking a certain number of one to the other to the next to make sure that I'm producing the things I'm lacking and burning the things I have too much of. So yeah, it gets real complicated to measure all that kind of stuff.
No, actually, do you fail stack? Are you a fail stacker? Do you enhance?
I mean, not. I mostly, like, nowadays I mostly just use the free fail stacks from events and attendance rewards and stuff like that to help me do my disto attempts essentially. But I mean, I was for a little while. I was doing that whole outfit thing to make like small profits, but consistent small profits. I would enhance the silver embroidered outfits and enhance them up to try and then sell them. You'd usually make anywhere from like 50 mil profit or more, depending on how bad the RNG was. But those I was making fail stacks for, but I would only do like basic stacks up to like 30, nothing significant. Use Reblath up to like 20 on average, and then I would try to tap a couple Grinnell to get it to a 30 stack. and that was
yeah.
essentially it.
So there are times, Biohack, where I'll like at the start of your stream you're enhancing, and then it's been 4 hours and you're still enhancing. Do you find enjoyment in fail stacking at all? Because for me, I have about a 30-minute limit before I'm pissed off and don't ever want to enhance again.
Oh, I love enhancing. Yeah. No, enhancing's fun. I miss it. Like, it's been kind of shitty for a long time. Like, probably a couple of months. Has been basically worse money than I could make grinding. So I've been working on other things. But I'm finally in a position where it makes sense to do a little bit of enhancing right now. And I'm like, oh man, I missed enhancing.
Yeah. All right. So with accessories, is there anything worth crawling outside of Deborah Neck and Disto?
Turo is usually pretty good. Pen accessory is pretty much, I don't want to say all of them because some of them aren't worth crowning, but most pen accessories are worth crowning.
Okay, so if I'm going for a pen ogre or a pen latent.
Congrats on your pen Debbie, by the way.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah, congrats.
I forgot all about that, but yeah, you hit that recently. Balrog beat you to it, right?
Byrog got it right before I did.
But then you're like, I can't let that fucker show me up, so I gotta tap it myself.
No, I mean, I've always been like, okay, I'm working on Pen Deboreka, but I'm like, oh, I'm gonna grind the infinite pot before I go back to grinding Ash Forest, just because I want the convenience of not having to buy potions every half an hour. So I was doing that, and then I just happened to win a try on the market, and I was like, all right, well, I guess we'll set up a dono goal to click this.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I won a try on the market. I actually won quite a few debos on the market over because I've had buy orders up on all of them up to try. Like the day it came out, I put buy orders up on everything. So yeah, I finally won a try. Yeah, I mean, there's so much better to buy. Won that try, tapped it to Tet, and then I set up a dono goal and then tapped it to Pen. So I was at 5 out of 55 on pen accessories. Like I got turbo fucked on pen accessories. But one tapping that definitely made me better about my RNG.
That restored all your faith.
Yeah.
What was the stack?
It was the 315 I got from the 30,000 Rulupi.
And how much? What was the percent chance for success?
It was 16.6 or something like that. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head, but around that.
That's crazy because that's actually pretty damn high.
Yeah, that's a good for a pen. That's a pretty good number to be looking at. Usually you're looking at a 5%, for any sort of pen attempt, and it's just 16 or the value you said. That's insane.
I just am afraid to enhance pen accessories because even try accessories I've had 10, 12 consecutive fails, and that's a 40% chance. I can't even imagine. Do you recommend enhancing or buying if if a new player comes in, they want to get a pen ogre, right? They've gotten to the point where pen ogre's their next upgrade. Buy, enhance, or what's the most?
Yeah, those new players getting pen ogres.
Well, no, compared to your gear, they're noobs. They're new players.
Yeah,
pen ogres.
No, I'm just teasing you. So it depends on the prices, and it depends on it's probably way easier to buy, and for most people it's probably better to buy, especially I don't know if you guys are paying attention to the pen accessory prices, but pen accessories were absurdly profitable to make right after they increased the price. If you remember, Debos went up to 150 billion, which was just insane. I kicked myself that I didn't sell mine. I tried to sell mine for 130, but that was after they started falling. But I mean 150 for a pen Debo is just this person has no idea what the fuck they're doing. It costs half that to make it. But when we're talking about 100 mil, yeah, you could definitely make it cheaper. I think I overpaid for mine when I got it for 88. I know I could have made it cheaper, but 99.9% of the players are not going to be able to do that. So it still probably makes more sense to just buy it. But if you got a big enough stack and you got the crons, then it's generally cheaper to make it than buy it.
It's actually crazy to think. I don't know. I always thought it'd just be way more expensive to make than buy. So.
Well, for most people, I mean, it just depends. It all is about whether or not you know how to crank out the stacks. Because, I mean, you can enhance almost anything for profit on a high enough stack if you don't consider the value of the stacks. So it really just comes down to how you're making the big stacks.
Yeah, dude, this has got to be... Poor Reslar, dude. He can't even make prize. So this is all foreign language to Reslar, dude. He can't even get pry.
Yeah, we did a little enhanced session last week on the podcast, and
Okay, so do you do?
fortunately, he took his 2 pennies, rubbed them together, and he didn't get his duo
Yeah.
or his try attempt. I mean,
failed it pry at what, like it was like 60%, 70%, something like that. It's
Yeah.
like, all right, that's cool.
Standard. Do you grind at all, like for money? Do you ever grind like just straight up for just silver?
No, there's no point in me grinding for money.
So is there do you feel that that's kind of true for everybody, or just because just the way you have it set up? Like is
Oh no, I mean definitely not true for everybody for sure. I still think that like a top end live skiller can outperform anything you can make grinding if you are like one of the people being sweaty about it and like making spreadsheets and looking for niche markets and stuff.
Mhm.
But for like casual players, I think it's easier to make more money with life skilling than it is. Like you need a higher level of gear to make better money than you can make life skilling by grinding for like easy life skilling. But yeah, I think grinding's fine. And honestly, like, I mean, enhancing kind of died. Like I kind of mentioned this already, but like over the last 2 months, like it's kind of been a waste of time. Like I could have made more money grinding. I did some for stream reasons, but it's been pretty shitty. But at this point for me, it's like I don't like the amount of money I need to make. It's not even feasible to try and grind, and I get way more money just playing the market and investing than I'd ever be able to make grinding or doing anything else.
So when you're life skilling, now that I assume trading is somewhat outdated, but what are kind of like the life skills that you focus on when you do?
I actually don't do any life skilling anymore. I mean, unless you count trading in Valencia, like NPC trading in Valencia for the merchant ring pieces.
Right.
But that doesn't make any money. It's like 500k an hour. I'm just doing that for the merchant ring.
I heard it's your favorite.
Other than that, I don't do any life skilling.
I heard your favorite question is why are you trading at the NPC in Valencia?
Oh yeah, gotta get asked that like 1,000 times a day.
So what? I actually have no idea how that works. Like, what? How do you get a merchant ring piece from trading? What's the deal with that?
Yeah. So I mean, basically, you just have a random chance to get the piece whenever you sell an item or one of a certain item, and it's very low chances. Like the easiest one is 1 out of 30,000. I got that one, and the next one's like 1 out of 300,000. So, like for example, trade items sold from Burrita, the NPC in Valencia. You buy them from Burrita, you sell them to any other NPC, and every time you sell it, you have a 1 in 300,000 chance of getting a merchant ring piece.
Oh my god! Are you keeping track of how many times you've done it?
No, I thought about it, but it's too much work.
Yeah. Okay, so if someone is getting into life skilling, is trading just dead? Is trading any good these days? Like crates?
It's pretty worthless. I mean, you like the analogy I always use is like you can ask like, is it worth to pick up a penny on the ground? And you can be like, well, if I pick up a penny in less than 1 second, it takes it's technically $30 an hour or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's like still a fucking penny. That's kind of how trading is. It's like, yeah, you can do it, and it might technically be worth, but at the end of the day, you're gonna make like 5-10 million silver a day, more than you would if you just sold everything. So. Like, do it if you want to, but it's not going to make you rich or even make a noticeable difference at all in how much money you have. It all comes down to active income right now.
And you have zero interest in bartering?
The only interest I have in bartering is just, again, you can get one of the merchant ring pieces that way. But I mean, at this point in the game, it's like I don't really need to make money, and any of the regular ways to make money are just not. I mean, I'm not going to spend 30,000 hours grinding 200 mil an hour to get a fallen god, you know what I mean? Like it's just not going to happen. So I need to like look at investing. Like one of my goals is to get 1 trillion silver worth of costumes, so that then when the costume buff happens, it essentially like gives me a free 500 bill. Like that's the kind of scale I'm trying to work at if I want to make progression in this game.
So
grinding and that kind of stuff is just not worth.
Someone asked me actually yesterday if I was hard capped, if I had everything completely hard capped, including like the Alkstone, you got the pop pieces, you have the costume from Tauros and Thornwood. What, like, are you still logging it? Like, what do you play? Like, when you're not on stream, are you still playing? Like, what are you working towards at that point? Like, what is like the next goal? If you didn't have Fallen God or the Splendid thing to kind of go for,
yeah, I mean, it's just fun. Like the game, I play the game because the game is fun. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be doing it. And I mean, I like the things that I do. Like I like the long-term progression. So I just set some goal for myself and I go out and try and get that. Like maybe I'd say, oh, I want to get 10 trillion silver net worth and just spend the next 2 years working on that and making money. Like I can see myself doing that. Also, I mean, like we know that there's going to be gear coming out eventually. So it's like, okay, I got a pen Fallen God, but sooner or later they're going to release another pen Fallen God, and that's another 4 trillion silver I need to get. So let me start working on that. Like I don't know. As long as like you're having fun in the journey, then like that's kind of the point, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I also want to do a lot more PvP. I always say that. I'm like, as soon as I get this, then I'm going to PvP a lot, but then I never.
You're running out of things to get, so it's kind of forcing you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. So, do you think that they're gonna do just like kind of the same Fallen God piece, but for every single slot, or are they gonna change it up?
For at least the armors, it seems that way. I mean, we've got the helmet that's supposed to be coming soon. We'll see.
What do you think is gonna happen to the Caphras market after that? Because it does seem like if everyone has Fallen God, you're not really gonna be like if I have a full wheel of Fallen God armor. Like my Caphras stones are only for my weapons, and that's it. Like, are they just gonna be sitting on buy at min price forever?
Yeah, I mean, like you could say the same thing about like Tet. You can like, who needs Tet boss gear anymore? Who needs, like I mean, there's just so many new people coming into the game and old players quitting. Like, there's a huge amount of churn. Like if we didn't have things like that, like things like Pen Gruntle, there would be thousands of pieces of Pen Gruntle sitting on the market that no one wants. But that's not the case because new people come and they buy that and then quit, and so it gets taken out of the game. So yeah, I think there's always going to be a demand just from new players coming in.
All right, you think?
And I mean, you still need like 8,000, 7,000 Caphras per Fallen God. So
yeah,
true.
Well, I mean, like the whole Caphras thing with the new node war change, which we'll get into. You'll have ways to get more Caphras for profit. So.
This question is more of a theoretical daydreaming question, because I always hear a lot of people talk about if we get Fallen God weapons, like what's the requirement going to be? Because obviously C9 and a flame is way too easy for a weapon compared to the armor, just because Pen Blackstar is actually something people have invested in way before like the armors. Like, so we knew Fallen God armor was coming out before we ever got Pen Blackstar, so people weren't just like going for Pen Blackstar. And like Pen Blackstar isn't the best armor, right? So
yeah,
there's more reason to go for Dead God. So what do you think the requirement's going to be for Fallen God if they do weapons, and do you even think they're going to do weapons?
Yeah, well, one more thing to add on that too is that the price to make a Pen Blackstar armor is generally tailored to be similar to a C10 boss gear. Like the Caphras requirement for a Blackstar armor is like half of what it is for a Blackstar weapon. So if you look at like how much it actually costs to make, it's only slightly more expensive than getting a C10. I think if they release a Fallen God weapon, they'll just balance it around C20. You'll need a C20 offhands to get the Fallen God.
Yeah.
I mean, anything that's the thing that makes the most sense. It's all balanced around a Pen Blackstar being the equivalent of a C20 in terms of its cost, in terms of its stats. Doing it any other way would be pretty unfair. So I'm guessing that's what they'll do, but I don't know. We'll find out.
All right, on to the age-old debate between accuracy and AP. This is like, I feel like the community goes back and forth on this all the time, and people feel like the meta's changed. Everyone was DR back in the day, and so AP kind of made sense, and then people started getting evasion. Accuracy makes sense. But the meta that we currently have, it does kind of feel a little bit mixed. There's a lot of people that run DR at endgame and a lot of people that run evasion. At what point do you stop getting AP and start going for accuracy? Obviously that depends on the class, but I guess just in a general sense, if I'm gearing up, I'm like, dude, when do I get a Turo spell? Or should I go Offen or Zarka and all that stuff? Like, at what points, in your opinion, is it important to start focusing on accuracy?
So that's a little bit of a tricky question. Like there's like 2 points of that question. One of them I feel prepared to deal with, and one of them I don't. The one so there's like, what's the best build, right? Assuming I have unlimited gear and I can get whatever I want, like what are the best builds? And then like there's the progression standpoint of like, when should I move from piece to piece? And I've spent a lot of time optimizing best builds, but I don't know about necessarily from a progression standpoint where it makes sense. But I don't know. I mean, like 269 AP is the big AP bracket. I did some testing on Global Labs a while ago to see if like different classes with 269 AP could one combo a full pen C10 evasion mystic, and probably about half of them could with only 269 AP. So once that's the big bracket you need to hit, and then hitting more accuracy after that is probably good. But it depends. Like for me, I really like build flexibility. So I would never get Dawn Earrings, for example, because I'd rather run distos and then use the fact that I have a bunch of AP in my distos to swap my other accessories around or my offhands around for more other stats. So I'd rather, for example, have 2 pen distos and 2 pen Tungrad rings, and you run and have the ability to run like either an accuracy offhand with a Turo belt or an evasion offhand with a Centaur belt, to either have like a high AP damage accuracy build or a super tanky build, and you get more flexibility in that. So I kind of wouldn't run any of those other accessories. I would focus on having a variety of offhands, like at least an evasion offhand, a Kutum, and a accuracy offhand. I think if you're approaching an endgame player and you don't have that, like you probably should get it.
And at what point are you no longer not you, but at what point are people not supposed to be using often anymore?
Use often to hit 269 brackets or 260 brackets in the 260s. Once you're above that, you shouldn't use often.
So Nyashi's a special case, and one of the reasons why he uses his often, Nyashi, correct me if I'm wrong, is because his class, Succession Meiwa, has a few skills with fairly high accuracy modifiers. So for him, he can get away with a lot less accuracy and still be able to kill people that generally most people can't kill. So in his case, do you feel like often is okay? Does that justify it, or you still think that Zarka would be the better choice?
So at the end of the day, this is a math question. Like, we know the formulas for how the damage in this game works, and that is a question you can answer objectively using spreadsheets. And the answer is, unless you're fighting potatoes, the Zarka is is just mathematically better. Often's only really good for fighting people who are undergeared. Maybe DR players, like if they don't have any extra evasion, maybe DR. But it's still probably like if you have a shit ton of accuracy, like you're maybe even having like an accuracy offhand and shit, then maybe you can get away. I don't know. I'd have to check the numbers exactly. But in every scenario that matters, the Zarka is going to outperform the often.
Nah,
And like you just don't have 100% hit rate. Like you don't even have close to 100% hit rate, even with skills with like 50% well, maybe the 50% ones, but even the ones with like 25%.
I calculated it versus your gear, and I would actually have like I think a 95% hit rate with blooming, and Sticky Snowflake would have 85% hit rate. I think it was.
I don't think that's even close. I could let's double check.
I'll have to double check. But what I would use is versus your gear, for example, I would definitely use a accuracy offhand coupled with the AP from the distos, the tongue red ring, and using the often to help maintain a 281 bracket with I think it was 550 to 600 accuracy. I think it was.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. It's just that Zarka is going to be better in that build than often is.
I mean, I think that's
Zarka to often is the worst AP to trade off.
The 18 accuracy for the 3 AP to make sure I hit that 281 bracket, I think is more beneficial, but that's just a personal preference.
Zarka or often is the worst trade-off between AP and accuracy in the game. So any build that uses anything related to accuracy would be better off giving that up and using a Zarka instead, because you can't get a better trade-off than taking away often and switching to a Zarka or a Black Star for accuracy to AP.
Yeah, I guess like the thing that I've always kind of had the biggest issue with, actually, like no memes aside, like if I know you say you're limited on grind time, so that extra AP helps because you're not going to be able to get like pen accessories and stuff. But I don't think it takes that long to Kaffrus up your Zarka a little bit to make up the difference in AP, just because you're not at C20 on your Zarka. It's not like you hit this hard cap and the only way to get more AP is with an Offen. That's why I've never really understood why sacrifice accuracy for AP.
Well, I mean, you also got to understand, like, originally when I did this, I did preface it with I wanted to test it out myself, because I
Right.
don't want to just take the word for it. That everyone's done the math or whatever, and they've tested themselves. Like, every class functions differently. Like, some classes, like DK for example, they couldn't give two fucks about what your evasion is, and they'll just shred you regardless. I think Biohacks, you could agree with that statement.
I mean, most DKs probably can't really kill me, but the top end ones definitely have no problem with my evasion for sure.
Yeah, so, and that's like choice with his gear, and I know he's more DR focused at the moment, but like his same thing, like when he throws on his evasion related stuff, he doesn't feel like it helps him at all. That's why he's just. But
Yeah,
he
I mean,
needs to
he's
build
also
more into it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is like people are like, "Oh, I have an evasion build because they run Muskin's Lieber's Heave." It's like,
Yeah,
no,
that's
that's not going to cut it. You need to have an evasion offhand in a pen, or in
And
a
that's-
centaur belt.
That's the other thing too. Like for my case and what I'm focusing on, I am focusing on mostly the damage output and whatnot. And yeah, I do agree that the 18 accuracy will help with like 4.5% hit rate potential. But I just don't see the difference when I'm actually feeling it out in combat.
I mean, if the argument is that doesn't make a difference, I think in 90, well, I mean, if you're geared enough in 90% of the scenarios, it doesn't. It just makes a difference in, the scenarios that actually matter. Like most of the players in the game, you'll probably be able to kill with, regardless.
Yeah. I don't need to have, 305 AP to kill players that are 70 gear score higher than me. Like, I already can kill players that are like 50 gear score higher than me with little to no effort in my combos.
Someone asked the golden question, what? Because there's a segment of people that have an Offen that won't swap off the Offen, not even because of the arguments that Nayashe is making, but because their Offen has their name on it. How does that make you feel, Biohack?
I mean, I like, it's a video game. Play it however you want. I'm personally like, I don't give two shits about having my name on my gear. I'm all about like, what is the most efficient way to make progression. But my way is not the only way to play the game. So play however you want. I don't know. That's I guess all I have to say about that.
I feel like the only way we can settle this argument is by having Nayashe try to kill Biohack.
I'm fine to go to BA.
Do you feel confident that you'd be able to kill him, Nayashe? One combo?
With Nover and often with my current gear, maybe not. But there's a potential. I mean, I did get more accuracy since the last time I tested on him. The last time I tested on Biohack, I think I got him to 40%. But since then, I've gotten Bags, I've gotten Toro Belts, tried Dandy with C19, so that's an extra 12, 25, and 20. So, I'm looking at over 60 additional accuracy compared to what I used to have. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm willing to try it out. Give me I got unfortunately 19 minutes until my exquisite food.
Separate from the accuracy and evasion, do you feel, because I think if I remember correctly from your previous streams, that you feel strongly that evasion just is outright the best build in the game. Do you think that there's any classes where DR is more beneficial for that class? Or do you just think 100% no matter what class you play, you probably should be running just a full evasion build?
I think that's probably true, but I am definitely like, I'd want to do some testing. I like the class that comes to mind in specifically that like I don't know what would work is like DK. Like, I really don't know. Like, I almost feel like your armor doesn't matter on a DK. Like, you're gonna die if you get CC'd, no matter what gear, what defenses you have, and you're going to kill everyone if you land your own CC, no matter what gear you have, because it's not like the DR build is better. It's just that your armor doesn't matter. Like you're you're a glass cannon. You're going to die no matter what armor you wear.
Stats are just really low for defense.
Right.
Yeah, you have really low defense and really high damage, so your armor doesn't matter. You're going to die if you get caught, and you're going to kill people if you can CC them. I mean, I guess it would only come down to super armor trading, and I don't know. I don't know if what would be better. Still, probably the evasion would be better for super armor trading, but I don't know if it can make much of a difference.
So
how would you feel about, like, let's say a 700 gear score Kunoichi, who completely switches his gear from evasion entirely to a DR build? How would you feel about something like that?
Well,
think
let me give
you
context.
are
Can I give you
giving
some
up a lot.
context? Let me give some context because well, here's the thing. First of all, I'm not 700. I'm like 674. Okay. Second, so here's a scenario that a lot of assassins are running into, because one, obviously, not everyone's able to get just full pen accessories, because I do think that full pen accessories enables a different level to the evasion build where you can stack super high evasion and use Kutum, and that loss of AP from the Nuver and the loss of accuracy from Begs is made up for by your gear, right? Your accessory wheel. But until you have that accessory wheel like fully penned out, a lot of assassins are struggling with being able to kill people because people have so much gear in the context of node war. So for example, me with my evasion build, I was 297, 297, 377, right? And like when I'm in a node war, like my survivability, I play Succession Kuno. I don't have a lot of protected damage. So when I engage on somebody, like my time to kill is almost like a direct correlation with my survivability. So if I'm not able to kill someone quickly and somebody else can hit me, like I'm dead anyway in a group fight, right? Even with evasion, like the guilds that I'm generally fighting are like, if there's two people, I'm instant dead. If there's one person, almost always they're able to one combo me anyway. So I was like, I want to try this DR build where I can boost my accuracy a little bit more. Instead of having 297, I could be 309. So I'm 309 now. A little bit more accuracy. So that way when I engage on someone in a node war, I can just blow them up quickly and get out, regardless of, and just try my best not to get caught. It's not it's like sacrificing tankiness for kill speed. But I think a lot of assassins are feeling that way, especially like Sorks have kind of been doing it for a long time, where they overstack accuracy because they just have a lot less accuracy on their skills. Awaken Ninja and Awaken Kuno kind of feels that way a little bit, where if you don't have a whole ton of accuracy, it feels like you don't do enough damage. And then for me, it's just like a combination of the accuracy and AP. So in my case, did I make a huge mistake Biohack? Although it was fairly actually easy to swap, because I made the pen bags and then was able to just directly swap everything without losing money. I mean, I lost money, but the pen bags made up the difference. But did I make a huge mistake? Am I going to regret this in the future?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm just coming at it from such a different place. Because, like, for me, I'd be like, well, why don't you just get a pen bags and a pen levers and then swap between them?
Yeah.
Yeah, Frosty.
Which is what I would do. But I don't know. Like, I mean, it depends on, like, how much of a specialist you want to be. Like for me, I like the ability to do everything, kill people with a certain build and be tanky in a certain build, and do whatever, like have a lot of accuracy to counter evasion builds, so on and so forth. So I would rather have gear that lends itself towards that flexibility. So I'd rather run a full evasion offhand, or like a full evasion build, and then have a pen accuracy offhand to deal with my lack of accuracy if in a certain fight. I mean, I don't know, like the hands down the best build I think in the game for Kuno is going to be that 280 AP 88 AP build evasion build I run. But obviously, like, that is such a crazy, like, no one can run that build other than me, basically, because you need a pen devo to pull it off. So I don't know, like, maybe at someday you'll want to roll back to evasion, but probably not for a long time. Although you would be definitely stronger in 1v1 if you had an evasion build.
The other thing that's kind of interesting about so there's two things. I want to also go through the history because I was DR like about a year and a half or 2 years ago, and I swapped to Evasion because when I swapped to Evasion, Smokescreen gave 18% Evasion. Elcar crystals were not put in the game yet. There was no Turos belt. There was no Ominous Ring. Distos had just come out, and Distos like add more accuracy. Like they have added so many ways to get accuracy now. So like the basic C9 evasion build right now, just it feels like most people can kill you now. Whereas back in the day, like a year and a half ago, if you were C9 evasion, you were sitting there and two people were hitting you and they couldn't really kill you. So it's like it feels different now. So I guess in my head I was just like, dude, I'm dying really quickly anyway. I would rather just be able to not ever run into somebody that I can't kill for like my play style, I guess. Part of my
I mean, I think that's fair. You definitely have to run the evasion accessories to get the tankiness. I just don't think. I think you could have got a build. I mean, you definitely can get a build that you're going to be able to one shot everyone or kill everyone you run into with evasion gear. You know, like you have that option. Like no one's going to survive my Kuno's 301 10 accuracy offhand build,
right?
And that's still using Lieber and even Muskins and all that. So like I can have that build that can kill anyone I fight, while also having a build that's going to survive almost anyone I fight by just swapping out an offhand and an accessory. So that's kind of why I prefer Evasion, just for that flexibility, because you can just use offhands and a belt to change between a bunch of different builds.
So there's another element of survivability that DR kind of enables, because if you're running an evasion build, you basically have you're not locked into a crystal setup, but your options are definitely more limited than DR, because you're basically forced to run Harfias, right? Like those are just the best crystals for your helmet, like straight up. So a lot of DR players, for example, Valks, I'll use Valks because Valks feel quite tanky with DR, and they have Succession Valks have a passive that give them resists, plus they're running adamantines. Some of them are even running stun stiff freeze resist in their chest, and then Nuver for the resist, Griffin for the resist. So they're running like a full resist build. So even though like technically like their overall tankiness might not be as good as if they were just like full on evasion with an evasion offhand, they're not. You can't re-CC them, or it's very, very rare that you're able to re-CC them. It's super difficult, especially if you're a class with knockdowns. Do you think that I mean, is that something that you would consider if you played like a Valk, or would you still just full on go evasion in that case?
I mean, what I would do, the real answer to this question is open up a spreadsheet and put in the build you want with the evasion armors and the build you want, like the same defense, like, because you're not giving up, like we're only talking about crystals here. So just swap the crystals or put all the crystals in a DR set, put all the crystals in an evasion set, see how much evasion you have, and then look at how defensive am I going to be against player X, who is, I'll go look up choice, for example, and I'll put all choice's gear and I'll figure out all the stats and put it in there. You know what I mean? And then you can get a sense, like, in what scenarios is this option going to be more tanky, and in what scenarios is the other option going to be more tanky? I don't know the answer off the top of my head, but that's the process I would use to figure out what to run.
I hate resist. How do you feel about resist?
I think, how do I feel about it in terms of how good is it, or how do I feel about it?
How do you feel about it as a
game?
mechanic for the game? Yeah.
Oh, it's a terrible mechanic for the game. It's garbage.
Why is that?
Like, does anyone think resist is a good mechanic for the game?
No, it's fucking.
There's a lot. Here, I'll give some of the, just to kind of play devil's advocate. Here's some of the arguments I hear is that if you didn't have resist in the game, a lot of the assassin classes would go unchecked because it's a lot more difficult to defend yourself against an assassin class. So some of the slower classes that run. Well, I'm just telling you what the argument is. Let me finish the thought. So some of the slower classes like Guardian or a Valkyrie, for instance, they say they're more vulnerable to like a Ninja or a Kuno because the movement and the grab and the speed and whatever. So the resists help them survive if they get caught. They get like an extra chance.
Here's the thing. I agree with that in premise, but that's because at the fundamental level, the game is poorly designed. Like, if the game was well designed, you would have a defensive cooldown you could pop in the middle of a CC that would keep you alive. And the game would be about like getting your opponent to pop their defensive cooldowns while you save your aggressive cooldowns. And there would be like a back and forth, as opposed to like you land a CC on the other guy and you one shot them unless they resist your gear, which is entirely an RNG thing.
Well, they
So,
actually
like-
did implement that in Global Labs and in KR, and it was not enjoyed. They removed it.
Really?
You're talking about the block on the ground. That's all they implemented.
Correct.
That's not
Yes.
that's not the same.
That's
though.
exactly the scenario. He said to help him
It
get
didn't-
out of the combo. So it's by surviving,
I
you
know,
in
but-
essence
But
do.
he's talking about what you have in fighting games, which are CC breaks, which is not what that was. That all that did is it gave you a frontal guard while you're on the ground for a short duration, and that was it. You didn't get you out of the CC. It didn't remove the CC. It didn't even get you up, and it was really, really poorly implemented. So that's not the same thing as what he's talking about. Because a CC break generally is like you just instant pop and you're up and able to move again.
Yeah, and I'm not even necessarily saying a CC break has to be it, but like I guess like a lot of this comes to me from like my experience playing Ion, where I really liked the PvP in that game when it first came out, where it was all about like, you know, predicting when your opponent was going to pop their super strong abilities and like throwing up your defensive to block it and that kind of stuff. Like there was, and like the idea that someone could run around at half health for a significant amount of the fight was like actually a thing. Where in BDO, like either you're at full health or you're insta-gibbed, and there's rarely an in-between for most fights, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why don't we just make V work in any CC?
The V kind of has a long cooldown though. The V is kind of a long cooldown for like
But
that.
shouldn't the
V's
CC
mostly
break
just a
be a
fight
fairly long
reset.
cooldown?
Like
Yeah,
V
but
isn't really the answer though, because V just keeps you alive, but it's like a fight reset. It's not like actually like a defensive cooldown. Like when you
Right.
press V, the fight's over. You know what I mean?
It's a little bit
That's like
different.
very different than like I have this shield which is going to reduce my damage by 40%,
I mean,
so that I'll get up.
Okay,
and
why
I'll
don't they? You can just make the V usable in any CC, reduce the cooldown of it, reduce the duration of V that you're in, and then stop that stupid fucking thing where you can't fight for the first 2 seconds when you come out of V.
Well, it's
just
not,
come out,
it's still
ready.
just different because like so V would have to just not let you move. It would just put you back upright, and now you have control of your character again. There would be no like you're in V and you move around, you're in iframe, none of that. It would just be you pop back up, the CC's over.
I mean, here's my biggest problem with that whole concept.
Uh-huh.
There's too much of that shit already when you got resist into the picture. So I understand if you take out resist and you implement this, that would be your solution.
Yeah,
right?
The whole premise
Well, I'm
is
talking about like in lieu of
but-
resist.
yeah,
and
in
like
lieu of
remember,
resist, yeah.
Yeah.
and we're like this was like I'm not even saying this is going to happen. I'm just saying like the argument that like resist is needed for the game because it gives us a way to not instantly die when we get CC'd is like there's my point is just to illustrate that there's better ways to solve
There
that
is better
problem
ways.
than what we
There is
currently
better
have.
ways, but then it's like a more guaranteed way for you to have your combo get broken rather than
Right.
a random chance like that. Then you can't trust your combos at all. We have too many times when we're comboing where we're using an unprotected skill. Someone can literally break and then grab us.
So well,
Like,
okay,
so you would
so
have to-
Yeah, I don't know what it doesn't have to be a
no,
CC
no.
break. Like
Hold
imagine
on.
if it wasn't a CC break, but just like you take less damage. Like it's a defensive cooldown
Or that,
lets you
yeah.
take damage.
But there's
You
also
still
like
do the whole combo.
So
it
like a
just doesn't
personal PA,
actually kill the
you can
person.
activate while CC'd.
Yeah.
Is that
So
kind of the
the
idea?
CC break here. Wait, real quick. Let me paint the one because the way I remember it from Blade and Soul, maybe it's different now. But when it first came out, the CC break still had like a weird, like a half second where like you knew they CC broke, so you would disengage. It was not a CC break. Did not mean you automatically lost the fight, which is what my biggest problem is with resists right now. Is that a lot of the time resist
that's
mean
what
you
I'm
automatically
afraid that
lose
they
the
would
fight.
end up just leaving that as it is. Like maybe if they did it like a little, we have when you have the attack decisions up, like maybe if something popped up that lets you know, hey, CC broke basically.
Yeah,
Then
so
I would be okay with that prior to me actually just getting counter CC'd.
Right. But what it would
that's
kind of look
pain.
like, is imagine, when like Striker Mystic miss their grab and they scoop back, like the CC break would literally be they come upright and then they scoop back, and at the very end of the scoop back animation, then they have control of their character again. So you see the scoop back and you can react to it.
Every class when their CC get broke, it forces them back.
Yeah,
I think that would at least be a better indicator rather than, hey, by the way, your CC broke and you're grabbed now.
It's
on the
so random. Resists are so. It's just completely random.
Yeah,
They are.
That's
That's
the
the
real
thing that I hate.
that's the real problem with resist, right? Is that
They
it's
absolutely
so
are.
random when it happens, and it's not any sort of like you didn't like I. It's a bit of a meme because I was yelling about it on stream the other day. Like you're not getting outskilled when someone resists your fucking second CC, and then
Yep.
you get grabbed, right? Like
Mhm.
there's no skillful play being made there. It's complete fucking RNG. And it's like the most infuriating thing in the goddamn world whenever they just get lucky and you lose the fight because of it.
Yep. Well,
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
was
I
really
agree with
frustrating
all
in
those
Archer.
issues, and I deal with them too. But my only concern with like that kind of concept was just not having something that helps indicate. As long as you have something that helps indicate that this is happening, and they're using their guard break to break out, or their CC break to break out, that's fine. But if it's just something that's like on demand, I guarantee you, if they don't put something in, an indicator or help you back off,
Right.
it'll be far worse than resists ever were. Far
No,
worse.
for sure. But that's not how CC breaks work. CC breaks
I
don't
understand. I
generally work
understand.
in a game like to just instantly
I'm just
make you
saying,
lose the fight.
let's be real here, and just the fact that PA typically when they implement something that's interesting, it's kind of on the half-ass side.
I get it.
So that's
Yeah.
why I'm a little concerned with
I don't
our
think they have
intern possibly
any
passing this info along.
Also, what kind of cooldown are you
Our
looking
intern.
at if you were to implement that CC break? Like,
I don't know. I can't say definitively, but like they're normally
It'd have to
like
be longer than 5 minutes.
No,
like, you
they're-
can't have it disrupting the flow of combat that often.
No, they're normally honestly like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Like you use them every once in a while where it's like a long enough cooldown that now you're at risk for the next 90 seconds and or whatever it would be.
yeah, I was gonna say it should probably at least be 3 minutes.
Because remember,
I feel like.
it's not putting you in iframe and putting you into a safe place like V is. Like you're still, if you got caught and you're in danger, you're still in danger. You know, it's just that you're no longer in that person's combo, but you can be caught again like immediately. So like in a group fight, like if someone
that I
CC
guess
breaks,
would be fine.
yeah, like a
but-
CC break in a node war, you're literally still in the group of people that were about to kill you. You know.
You would have to then adjust the CC system then a little bit, wouldn't you?
I mean, there's obviously a lot would go into it because it'd be a totally
Yeah.
new system.
you
It'd be
would also have to fuck with V because now all of a sudden people
yeah.
have to get out of jail free cards basically.
Yeah, V would have to
For
go
like
away in
certain
that case.
CCs, anyways.
So-
Because for some reason
Um,
V only works on certain CCs.
You were saying, Biohack, that you had a big issue with resist on your archer?
Oh yeah, I mean it's just bullshit that like you land a knockdown from far away, you dash up on the archer to try and like land another follow up, and they instantly stand like it gets resisted. They stand up, grab you, and kill you. It's like oh my, like you just lost because of RNG.
Yeah,
Like, and that
exactly.
all the time, and it's like yo, you can't like. It's sort of just like the play style of the class like requires you to play that way because you're getting KDs from long distance, and then you need to close in.
Let's be real.
And yeah, it's
You,
just a joke.
you didn't lose RNG. You lost to adamantite gems.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other thing that I think. I mean, I mentioned this before, and that's the other thing that really bothers me about it is that knockdowns are. There's some classes that rely way more heavily on knockdowns, and I find it really odd that adamantine specifically gives so much resist for so little investment that it like basically a crystal is hard countering like a small segment of the classes. Like Sork relies so heavily on knockdown. So it's crazy that my adamantines work so much better against Sork than against like a Guardian or a Valk or a Ninja or a Kuno. Like Sork just suffers. They lose like 7-8 of their CCs in their kit.
Good.
I know, isn't it great?
No, I mean, it's again like if you actually feel like that's good because fuck Sorks, like it's just dumb. It's just dumb. There are people that really feel like that. I don't know. Archer too. Archer relies on knockdowns, so it's like the adamantines just counter a lot of the Archer's knockdowns.
I don't mean to come back on something you said earlier, but the whole thing where you said people complain about resists like as guardians
Slower
and whatnot,
class, yeah.
these defensive classes that have permanent super armor while blocking. Like I honestly couldn't give two fucks. That's how I feel about that. Like if they're gonna sit there and block, they should just get grabbed. Like they're not CCable by any other means, and their main form of defense is their gear advantage along with their defensive capabilities. If they're going to sit there and get grabbed, well, that's kind of on them. there's like I can't do anything to a class that has that kind of shield potential typically. So it's like it's kind of like not really the Trinity type concept, but there is some sort of level of like this class is better versus X class kind of thing. This is what it is.
Yeah, freaking resist, dude. Come on, man. So you said you wanted to get more into PvP, Biohack. Are what kind of PvP? Like, are you considering like Node Wars and Siege and stuff, or you just mean like 1v1s?
No, just 1v1. I don't care about group PvP at all. It doesn't really interest me. But yeah, just get better at 1v1.
What about like group content? Are you hoping there's more group content in the game? Do you enjoy like the 3-person grind spots or Altar Blood? Like if it was actually good.
I
Stuff
kind of
like that.
hate group content. Like I'm fine if they add it for people who want it, but as long as it's not mandatory. It kind of annoys me a little bit that like I have to do Olans for the merchant ring. I don't like group content at all. So I'm fine if it exists in the game, but I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, I wish MMOs had more group content. Like I'm like, oh, thank God all the MMOs are single player friendly now.
That's kind of always how I felt too, because everyone like tells me that dungeons are the best and this game sucks because it doesn't have dungeons, and I'm like, I mean, you can love dungeons, and I really do like dungeons. It's just that after I've done a dungeon 3 times and waited for my group of people like a certain number of times,
feels so bland.
I get really tired of it, and I also don't like. I like that I can come in, hop on the computer, I can grind for 11 minutes, and then something comes up and log out, and I was able to still make some progress in the day,
Zero commitment required.
Yeah, zero.
That's what I like too. I like the freedom to play like on my own schedule, and I hate like waiting for other people who are like, "Oh, but it'll be there in 20 minutes," and then they're like an hour late,
And then they're
like,
going to get
can't
breakfast.
stand that shit. Yeah, it's like playing with other people sucks, man. Like I just want to like. It's fine. Like I said, I'm fine if it exists as long as it's not mandatory. Like I'll enjoy it from time to time a little bit, but when it's like, okay, you have to play with a group in order to make progression, it's like, oh fuck, man, I don't want to do that shit. I just want to log in and do my thing.
Yeah, no, I definitely am on the same bend as that. Like, I understand the desire to have group content. Yeah, it's fun, but it's that whole element of you need to coordinate with other people is just sometimes fucking awful.
Yeah.
And also, if you don't have like a tight knit group of people that you like to roll with, you're going with randoms, and the randoms are just like absolutely clueless. So it's just like you're just okay. Now I have my group content, but it's an awful experience.
Yeah,
like,
I
you know
want
what to expect with your 1v1 or your single player experience.
I want it there as an option, and I do want it to be good. Like they mentioned that dungeon at the Calpheon Ball. I would love for that to be like actually competitive money with grinding and good, just as long as it's not, if I'm not doing it, that I have to feel bad about it because it's the most efficient thing in the game. That's kind of my thing. The mandatory thing, like you said, is kind of my big thing with group stuff.
Oh, my Cromwell's ready to go.
Cromwell's ready to go, dude? You ready for this damage test?
Hell yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's watch this embarrassment.
Here, I'll type in the...
I'm gonna do like
type in
10%
chat what
damage.
BA to go into.
Oh, true. Got a bunch of fucking memers in here. Hold
Mm-hmm.
on.
It's alright. This is...
never mind,
Frosty.
Yeah,
Frosty.
I totally ignored his comment and just typed in my own.
Yeah, standard stuff.
Let me fix my
What
screen.
battle arena you want?
Look in the
the
Discord chat. Have it. This is prevent. Whatever. It's fine. So this is a test of Nyashi's running off, and what is your sheet accuracy, Nyashi? So I know Biohack, you're not privy to the sheet accuracy measurement, but I feel like more and more people are using sheet accuracy just to kind of show like what your accuracy is with your gear, because most people.
Well, I mean, you have
like
a standard set of gems typically.
Yeah, that
and you
most
have a
people
standard
run.
set of buffs that people run, so they just use sheet accuracy to help it really kind of get a grasp of where you're at, rather than trying to like manually figure out everything. So it's just a shorthand version of figuring out your accuracy. So I'm 358 sheet, which that's roughly, if I look at my BDO planner, it'll have my gear on there. Thank God I did the BDO planner thing. So much better. That's equivalent to 438 accuracy currently. So
All right, let's see it.
that doesn't include food buffs. So Cromwell's an extra 15. It, I think, also doesn't include Alchemy Stone unless I turn it on. Correct. It doesn't even include my Alchemy Stone. So my Alchemy Stone puts me at 448 with additional 15 accuracy from Cromwell. And I have Frenzy on, but I need to be reset. Someone reset me.
I don't even know if I do enough damage to reset. I don't know a combo on this class, dude.
Oh, I didn't realize you were on a hash.
Oh, this class is busted. It actually killed you with Oasis weapons.
All right, so this is with.
Do you want to hit me
Alphen.
with the smokescreen buff on or off?
We'll first test without, and then we'll test with. Sound fair?
In a
Alright.
fight, Akuna would almost always have it up, just because the bombs also give the buff.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'll just test on his base gear and then against his actual, like, a real combat scenario. So.
This is the tankiest build I tend to run. I can put
oh,
the Deborah
shit,
on
hold on. Let me
afterwards,
switch
which is
to
a more common build.
PvP add-ons real quick.
yeah, that's the other thing too, Biohack, that I was thinking, like, because I mean, I don't have, I don't have that kind of gear yet, but the PvP add-ons, adding like the minus evasion % and stuff like that, like all these little things that they keep adding that make it easier to kill evasion is, I don't know, it feels rough right now being a C9 evasion player without evasion accessories. Oh, can they often get him? Can they often get him?
I wasn't trying to
full
stand up in the
combo.
mid combo.
Oh, okay.
It looked like there
so
was a
that-
gap in there, but maybe not. I don't know.
There might have been a little bit. So I got you with you not really trying to get up to what, 20%, 30%?
Yeah, I think like 30.
So let's try one more with you actually trying to get up.
The damage test. So now she's gonna spam blooming over and over for those radio listeners on Biohack's Kuno.
It's not spamming blooming.
It's doing the 5x sticky snowflake combo. Yeah, the problem is like right after blooming, like the rest of your skills just do so little damage. Like blooming and
Oh, yeah.
sticky.
That was pretty good.
That's
Fuck,
pretty
you
good,
wasting
dude.
my potion?
Oh, you had a potion? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had a potion.
All right.
What potion did you have up?
Smoke screen buff up.
Helix.
Helix.
Evasion.
So
It's gonna run out now because she took forever.
Yeah, way less.
Yeah.
That was like 50%,
So-
yeah.
so now with that, let me show you what we're capable of doing. So go ahead and get healed up.
Yeah, she better.
So now when I'm fighting someone, I'm always trying to kind of land this buff. Do a super armor skill real quick. Or yeah, you gotta
What's that?
actually block it, otherwise it'll CC. I guess I can just force the
sorry.
CC
Okay.
because it does a minus 9% evasion debuff, but it'll CC you otherwise.
Just use
I gotta
Half
actually
Moon.
I gotta hit you though.
Just use Half Moon Slash and linger it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there we go. All right, perfect.
I guess this is a no smoke one. Yeah. Even with that.
So for having what was it, 450 accuracy versus that, you're also running isn't that a pen guardian? Or not guardian, but the defensive stone protection stone?
Oh,
Or not a
the
pen,
resplendent protection? Yeah.
Yeah, resplendent, yeah.
That's what I normally
So
run.
it's pretty good.
It's not bad, but again, like
So
just
let's
Yeah,
see.
It's not bad.
Zark-
I mean, but he probably would have killed me if he was wearing a Zarka.
Hold on. No, I highly doubt it.
I mean, you definitely would.
Definitely
do more
the first
damage.
time,
Hold on
the
one
second
second,
time I
I'll be
got
right
up with like 10%, you would have killed me if you had a Zarka, for sure.
Give me 1 second here. Let's see what a difference would be if I had just a giant on.
The Oofin Dream. The Ofen Dream.
Open dream. Dude.
Ofen Dream, dude.
What's that build, Nayashi's? What you're running right now?
I'll send you the video planner 1 second. I'll show you everything.
Yeah, this is Nayashi's build. It's loading up, loading up.
Yeah, it takes its sweet time.
So Nayashi is running a Tet Tungrad ring, a Pen Kaposha ring, Begs, Heave, Muskin, Turos belt, an Offen, a Nuver, and then a Tri-Dandy with C19.
Damn, I'm actually surprised he did as much damage as he did.
That's how busted Meiwa is, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, Meiwa's got super good stats and damage in terms of its passes and everything.
Why Turo with Offen? We don't get into that. All right, we don't. That's neither here nor there. Juicy beefcakes.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like a Turo. I mean, I guess we're not getting into it, but just,
no, we can't. We can't. I don't want to pile on.
I
Poor
had an
Nayashi.
opportunity to get it.
Poor Nayashi.
Get into it,
dude.
please.
Best in slot belt. I had an opportunity to get it.
I agree it's a best in slot belt. But it's like an even better best in slot option.
You got to remember, like I said, I prefaced this originally. I wanted to test out the Offen shit myself, just so I can see firsthand. So yes, getting the belt was with the sense of that's best in slot gear for the belt for sure.
Isn't that the same as a Zarko with a Tungrad belt, but 10 bill more expensive? Probably. Yeah.
No, it's not 10 bill more expensive. You'd have to do C5 on Offen just to achieve the same level of AP.
You don't need that much AP though.
No. If you had a Tungrad belt, it would make up the difference in the Tauros belt. So you'd put the Zarkon like that.
I see what you're saying.
And it would be 10
well, I
bill
mean,
cheaper.
Tungrad belt just recently went down. So it's
I know,
only
but
at 11 bill now because of recent events. It'll go back up.
All right, 8 bill cheaper. Best, as someone said, best in slot belt with worst in slot main hand. Dude, that's. Oh my god. Maybe you just need your e-buff up, Nayashi, or you know?
E-buff would only do attack speed and crit, which would help in some cases. It definitely pump out more skills. It wouldn't improve some of the other skills though, like the blooming, for example.
Yeah. Do you feel Biohack like some classes? Do you like what classes do you run into open world where you're like, holy shit, that damage is
so DK obviously.
Yeah.
Suck Valk can be insane.
Mm-hmm.
Witching is honestly like the amount of times like I'm getting super armor traded against a witch and like actually losing my whole block and shit. I'm just like, oh my god, especially when they're stacking all that CC res. Annoying. But then again, like, a part of the thing, like here's the other issue is literally 99% of the people I fight like don't have any chance of killing me at all. Period. Like they can't even out damage my potions. So like a lot of times I feel like which classes I think are good are highly dependent on just like the rare people I run into that actually pose a threat. You know. It's like I can be like, oh, witch is really good, but it's like, well, is witch really good or is blue
that pilot,
really good at witch, and the other, he's just the only person who's actually here that I'm fighting because everyone else just got pushed out. Like that's part of it,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like it's no coincidence though that you named probably the same 4 classes that I would have said. Except for
I mean, Awakened, the classes that have like crazy accuracy.
Awakened Striker is the only other one where I'm just like blown away by their damage when they have low AP.
See, that's the thing is like everyone's like, oh, Awakened Striker is going to be a threat, and Awakened Striker is going to be a threat with that much evasion, and I'm like, what? No, they're not. Succession Striker, like Divios was able to kill me with like 2 when I was on my archery. He killed me with like 279 AP and an accuracy offhand. When I had like 900 evasion. So that was impressive, but like most of the like Awakened Strikers I've never really had a problem with I can recall. Again, it just depends on who I'm fighting though, more than anything.
All right, so my stream wants to see if I can out damage Biohack's potions. So let me see if I can out DPS his potions real quick. I'm actually just legitimately curious because I don't think I can, honestly.
What's your gear?
Not good. The answer is no. I can't.
Oh my god, dude!
Wait, I think I seen it move.
Wait, what is your AP?
An Awakening 274 Kutum.
And what's your sheet accuracy when you hover over the old question mark?
363 with Elcars and Hoons and Gin Vipers, all the gimmicks.
363 sheet? That's actually surprising you did so low. 363 is really... Do you have an accuracy? Oh, you do, right? You have a Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, dude, you need some AP, man. Oh, there,
Oh,
dude, that Ancient Wave hit. That Ancient Wave hit.
It actually had like a few of the actual ticks connect.
Maybe you need some PvP add-ons or something.
I do have PvP add-ons. I have plus accuracy minus evasion on that kick right there.
That is crazy, dude. I don't have my gear. I wish I had it now. I feel bad. Let me see how far away my shit is. But yeah, there you go. You need accuracy. Accuracy is a underrated stat. I think you said, Biohack, that AP is the most overrated stat in the game. You still stand by that?
Yeah. 100%. AP is, I don't know. People are so worried about stacking AP when it's like, you just need to hit, 269, have enough accuracy, you'll be fine.
Tell Rizzler he needs an Offen for AP.
Yeah, if I had an Offen, I could probably do more damage.
You don't have enough AP, dude. All right, well that's good. Well, I'm glad we went through that whole thing. Biohack, which classes are the most imbalanced in the game, in your opinion? Like, which classes are just like straight up just way too strong? If you feel that way about any.
Oh, nice combo.
Wizard's pretty annoying.
The down smash was lucky.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
that's
much-
nice.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't feel strongly about it.
No, I mean, I think that people who feel really strongly about certain classes tend to be large scale or like a class that just gets countered sometimes. Like on my Archer, like there were a lot of classes that felt like total bullshit. Like there was nothing I could do unless they were just bad. Like fighting a good warrior on the Archer is just miserable. But I don't know. Kuno feels like she has a lot more of a flexible kit. I don't feel like there's any classes that I just can't do anything with. I will say that like resist stacking like witches and shit can be really frustrating when you like block jump grab and they just freeze you because the grab got resisted like over and over and over again. But that's more about the resist than it is about the class.
Yeah. All right.
Cuvios here has a 361 DP with 681 evasion. I melt him in slightly over half my combo.
I'm sure he could set up to prevent that.
Let me actually hold on, boss.
So,
Hacks 1 second.
We have
Before you leave the BA.
we have some guest questions. So sometimes we if we know the guest that's going to come on, we will ask in the Discord for some questions if people kind of want to ask you. So I'm gonna read through these questions for you, Biohack. These are all directed towards you. So here we go. Ackerman asks, how much money did you start your enhancing empire with? Additionally, how much would you say someone needs at minimum to do what you do efficiently?
Yeah, so I started with a couple 100 billion, I think. But I feel like I got super grandfathered in because I started when hards were 600k, thanks to Shadow Arena. And it was right after the central market came out when people still thought like 18 billion was a good price to pay for a Tet Ogre ring. So like you could be a total fucking Pepega and just print money, like multiple billions of silver per hour back then. And so I was able to build up a ton of wealth because of that. In the current market, like basically you can't enhance for profit if you buy things at the current market value. Now that's partly because PA is just giving away a ton of free shit, which always destroys the market. But they've been doing that consistently for like 2 months. So it all comes down to playing events, right? Like I can't buy an ogre ring for like 130 mil and make a profit on that. But if I buy 1,000 ogre rings when the chat or like the box comes out and crashes the price, and then I enhance them all to TET over the next month, then I can make money doing that. But the problem is you have to have the capital to actually make those huge investments during events. So I don't know, it's really hard these days. But a couple $100 billion just to get the setup you need to actually do the enhancing, and then essentially an indeterminate amount from that point forward to use to actually invest in gear during events. It's pretty rough.
Next question. What this I'm interested in this too. What does a tag cost you? If you want to tag your character, what is it costing?
Yeah, so I tagged Maywa and I paid like 5.4 billion for it, and then I undid that tag and tagged Striker and paid 5.4 for that. And now I rolled actually to Kuno from the Archer, but I put Kafras in my Kutum. So if I did another tag, it would cost me an additional 30,000 Kafras worth of silver. So I don't know, around 6 billion would be my guess right now. A little under.
Do you feel, this is just my follow-up question here. Do you feel like that's fair? Like, because right now, like if you have TET weapons and you tag a character, it's literally like 300 mil or something like that. It's like super cheap. But like, man, tagging for $5 bills, a huge investment.
Yeah, it really sucks. I wish the tags weren't tied to the actual tagging system. Like, I wish you could just pay a fee to make the copies.
Yeah.
And like, because it's essentially like you're committed, right? When you do that, like you're stuck on that class. And it's just like the inconveniences of that are really annoying. I just wish, even if they didn't, like, they just let you make like as many classes as you wanted to, but made you pay like, you know, a bigger fee, like a 10% fee or something. I feel like that would be nice. I just hate the idea that it's like a temporary thing when it's that expensive.
Right. Yeah, it's like super expensive. Next question. Kawhi Leonard says, how does it feel to be gear carried?
Feels great, man.
What the fuck?
It is good, dude. I was
So good.
You and I had a conversation. I was in your chat about how, because I said you get memed on a lot for being bad at PvP. A lot of people say you're really bad at PvP, and I can't speak to your Kuno because I've not actually seen your Kuno fight, but I fought your Archer at Ronaros a few times, and I have definitely, like, I would say the average Archer is worse than you, like pretty significantly. And I know everyone that plays the game thinks they're super pro at the game, but I would say in my experience fighting you, the average Archer is probably worse than you. You had your super armor rotation down. When you landed a CC, you did a proper combo and so on and so forth. But you get memed on a lot. So, do you feel like you're decent at PvP?
I feel like I'm decent at it. Yeah, for sure. I don't think I'm like amazing, but I think kind of what I was saying to you when we had that conversation is like, the only people you ever see me fight are the best players in the game, because if you aren't the best player in the game, you're a joke, because like you can't even deal enough damage to even fight me. So like like the fights I lose, people are like, oh, look at this, get this pleb, you know, whatever. But it's like the only reason I'm losing these is because these people are really fucking good. Because if they weren't, they wouldn't even show up on the radar. You know what I mean? So I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, obviously I need a lot more practice, but then part of it too is like, because of the build and the gear I have, I can play a different play style. Like I can throw out risky CCs and hope it lands when I know the other player can't actually kill me. And it's like, yo, you get CC'd all the time. And it's like, yeah, against this guy, because I don't give a shit. If I'm just trying to kill this guy as quickly as possible. And if I get a lucky CC and kill him, great. If I take a CC, who cares? I stand back up in 1 second and try again. So I get shit on for that too, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's like a back and forth with that, because on one hand, like that's something people have to realize is like, because I've run into the same thing too. Is like, if someone catches me and deals 0 damage, like my playstyle is instantly going to change. I'm just going to take every risk because I don't care and try to kill them as quickly as possible. But what I think happens to a lot of players there, and Reslar's mentioned this with a few people in the past, where players were really good and then they got gear and they fell into the trap of always doing that and then never ever coming back out of it. So then they just they lose it and it never comes back. So maybe that's, I don't know. But people, a lot of people don't really understand that because they're not in that position. If they get CC'd, they die. So for them, if you get CC'd, you're bad. But, you know, unless you're like in an actual duel, just at a grind spot, like, yeah, if someone can't kill you, you're just gonna int into them. That's what I do.
All right, so where are you guys at? Did you leave the BA?
We're doing a podcast, so we've moved on.
Wait, no.
Yep.
You've
I gotta-
lost
I
the
gotta-
argument, Nayashti.
We're
You've
doing-
lost
I
the
gotta-
argument. Give up.
No, I gotta test something else out real quick.
Okay, we're doing a guess question. So the Assassin says, Biohack, what non-grab class, except for Archer, would you consider tagging for both PvE and PvP?
Non-grab class. I mean, I liked Maywa. I find Maywa really fun. I just found her the slows to be a little much.
Yeah, she's.
I don't know, probably
unfortunately-
Wizard though, or like Suck Wiz, right? Like that's got to be the answer if you're looking for like the strongest thing.
Yeah, Suckwiz is pretty good. Gypsian says, for longer animation, grabs cooldown can be changed to at the end of the animation. Sorry, I'm trying to make sense of this. So for longer animation grabs, cooldown can be changed to be at the end of the animation. Make a fail or succeed grab have a timer so that you can't get chain grabbed until after the timer. In doing so, give grab-reliant classes another CC on the skills protector unprotected. I don't know, there's not really a question in there. I think he's just telling you that. I don't know what that means. I think it sounds like cooldowns are too short on grabs, maybe. I'm not sure what he's saying.
I think he's saying for grabs like the Guardian grab that you would start the cooldown at the end of it and not the beginning of it.
Right.
So we talk about how Guardian grab is so long and the cooldown is so low, but that by the time they finish the grab, it's already halfway off its fucking cooldown.
Right.
I mean, for me, what I think is the bigger issue that would also address this is it's really dumb that the CC immunity starts at the beginning of a CC instead of the end of a CC chain.
Yeah.
Like, you should get up from a CC and have 5 seconds of immunity, not, oh, you got CC'd for 5 seconds straight because they got some down smashes, so now they CC you for another 5 seconds. Is really weird to me.
Yep. Finn says, as a wealthy player who focuses on enhancing, what is your take on the ever-increasing requirement for full gear, Black Star, Fallen God, etc.?
Ever-increasing requirement for full gear? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, maybe for going...
Maybe because they include like new pieces of gear that you have to like upgrade to? Or...
Yeah, I mean, I think gear in this game is done pretty well. Like, gear doesn't actually matter that much. Things like things like Pen Fallen God are a meme, but the stats on Pen Fallen God are also a joke. Like it's crazy hard, but it's not like you get a lot out of it.
Yeah. I have a follow-up question about that. I completely forgot to ask. I was going to say, when we were talking about DR and Evasion, if Fallen God comes out at the way it seems like it's coming out based on how the Black Star armors work and the stats that they have, it kind of looks like it's mostly going to be like your standard DR build because it's like Griffin Helm and Beg's gloves. Is that going to change your build at all? Or I mean, like, are you going to not use a Heave Helm? Would you use a Fallen God Griffin or like that sort of thing? Like, what's kind of your plan with that? If Fallen God seems to be kind of the stock standard, like more similar to a DR build.
I mean, it goes back to the same thing I said. Whenever you're deciding on what gear to run, make spreadsheets, do the math, figure out which one makes you more tanky against players you think you actually need to be tanky against. That's what I'll have to do when it comes to deciding on Fallen God gear.
Do you think it's going to have a set bonus?
And Global Lab.
You think Fallen God will have a set bonus like Black Star does?
Maybe.
Hopefully. You
probably.
Assassin also said, or no, wait. Moving. Armin said, oh no, wait. Assassin also asked the non-grab question. Oh, he asked it twice. He said, what's the estimated total of pens you've sold to the central marketplace?
So I've made 260 pen boss gears. Actually, a couple of those were pen black stars, but the rest is pen boss gear, and I own 6. So all the rest of them have been sold. Plus some that I bought and resold, like new.
Is Killy Tal your character?
No.
Someone I had Muskin.
Isn't Killy Tal is Micken?
Oh, is that Micken? Yeah, I had Micken's Muskins. I sold them recently. Sorry, Micken. Armin says, do you plan to do any serious PvP in Node War or Siege?
Not Node War or Siege, no, not really. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing some murking.
Yeah, you're not into the group fights?
Yeah, not really.
Lovemore says, would you consider enhancing pen weapons only non-meta class and make meta class work on their weapon or pay for tag KW?
I almost don't make any weapons anymore because they are not worth.
Yeah. Eumenidai says, do you think your PhD has a big impact in your BDO earning?
Kind of.
So what is your PhD in, if you don't mind?
So I have a PhD in biochemistry from the University of Washington. I work on like protein modeling stuff. I definitely learned a lot of stuff that's useful in BDO. Like all of my enhancing is based on like running simulations and things. And a number of the algorithms I use for that are things I know about from my PhD, like Monte Carlo simulations and stuff. And then I've taken a lot of advanced statistic classes, like biostatistic classes, grad level statistic classes, which are useful as well. But I think it's more just like generally learning how to think about these kind of problems. But yeah, I'd say it has been somewhat.
I heard you did some work with something to do with COVID. I don't know if it's a vaccine or something, or the rumor. What is that true?
Yeah. My PhD, I helped solve the first structure of a coronavirus. It had never been solved before. So the coronavirus spike protein. So solving those structures is really important if you want to like design vaccines and know what you're targeting and stuff like that. And then I also did a bunch of work on modeling how coronaviruses evade the immune system by covering themselves with sugars and stuff. So I did both of those in my PhD.
Nice one.
Not COVID-19 specifically, because this was like back in 2016,
okay,
2017. Right. But the sort of model for coronaviruses that we all use.
So now we thanks to that response, us all on the podcast and everyone listening can feel insignificant and unimportant in their life. Yeah, that shit is crazy. I
actually streamed. I went right in February of last year. I went to a conference and gave a talk about the work I did on coronaviruses, and I actually streamed it from like just chatting. I don't know if it's still around anywhere, but yeah, it was kind of fun.
Yeah. Nayashi, Rez, you guys have any follow-up questions before we move on to the Node War stuff?
I don't think so.
No. I mean, I was just testing the TET blacks or the TET accuracy offhand.
How did
you did just as much, if not more, damage with that one than you did with the rest of it. What's your AP in that build?
Which matches your argument with the 269 with the accuracy? But
yeah, you just killed like what's your AP like 269? 269. Is that what it is? Yeah. With a TET accuracy offhand, and you almost killed me with 950 evasion or 900 evasion. He's overrated. It's all about accuracy, man.
There's some huge caveats here, though. Like you can't just blatant blank statements say across the board you only need 269 AP, because if you fight a DR target, you're not going to do dick.
Well, even with evasion, eventually when people are like beyond C9 or have like tried Fallen God or depending on their accessories, like they still have a lot more DR, so 269 is not quite enough. But
it's
and like when I originally did this test, this was before the DR like brackets and up to 400. And it was before Fallen God came out. So
I would say this specific type of setup is only effective versus someone that builds like you towards the evasion specifically. Like it's not going to work as well against someone that's just full C9 for the simple fact that I'm just not going to have as much AP. So like my chip damage and other elements of it are just not going to be as good.
Yeah, but if you had better accessories and stuff, like my build with the pen accuracy offhand is like 301 AP.
Yeah, I mean the argument here is like how much is your gear in total? Would you say? Like, because you're C20 on basically everything, right? And so we're looking at probably 700 billion plus, right?
Oh no, more than that. It's closer to like 1.5 trillion.
So a trill in silver, and I'm looking at. I'd be surprised if my total net worth
20
in
bill
is
20 bill.
No, that's Reslar. That's Reslar. No, we're looking at maybe 200 bill in total, like everything. So it's like when you're comparing the amount of like value and your value versus mine, and I can simply just buy a TET accuracy offhand and just effectively deal with your build. But then when I go and fight someone that actually has what its standard build is, this is not going to work. Like
no, I wouldn't run.
That's my whole argument. Like Zarka is not going to do anything different than what Often will do versus
not,
a standard
no,
player.
that's
I'm-
not that's not
Like,
true.
you do more damage with the Zarka over and often on every single player unless they're an absolute potato.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, here, real quick, there's 3 more questions I wanted to get to from the chat. So, Shuttle asks, if you started BDO now, what route would you have gone now that processing trading isn't as profitable as it used to be?
Cooking, gathering, for sure.
Cooking and gathering,
Yeah.
for sure.
And a lot of marketplace. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand how much, like, the amount of money I say, like, you make with life skilling, like, that almost always involved a lot of marketplace interactions. So, like, keeping up buy orders on, like, every single cooking resource and, you know, all that kind of other stuff. Like, I would do that heavily. Spreadsheets and stuff. But yeah, that's what I would do.
Invasion Storm's asking, during your quest grind to 30k quest, did you skip Medalla Valencia?
I did Medalla Valencia on like a handful of characters, and then I realized I was going to have enough quests, especially since Odalita hadn't come out yet when I started. So, and when I realized I was going to have enough to not do Media or Valencia, I started skipping them. Yeah, but I did it on probably like 8 characters, maybe.
So I don't know anything about this. So what? How, you only have to do really Calpheon and then some side quests, or what's like the strategy?
Calpheon main story plus every side quest you see while you're doing it on every character on your account will get you into the low 20,000s, and then you've got to get the rest of it in the other areas. So almost every character on my account has also done Kama, Drigan, Star's End, Odalita, and the side quests associated with them.
God, that took forever, didn't it? How long did it take you, like month-wise or time-wise?
It took me about 600 hours. I don't know in terms of months because like I split the grind up where I like pushed for the first 10k and then didn't do any for months and then went into the rest of it. But yeah, but I was getting about 50 quests an hour.
I assume you've memorized the entire story by now. How do you like it?
I mean, I didn't read the story when I did
Just
it.
kidding.
I did do. This actually makes me sad.
Did you have an auto presser for your R button that was just like going at all times?
Yeah, that little bird that fills up with water and then leans forward and then drains and then fills up with water and leans forward to just suppress the R button.
That's right. No, I did do. I like read out the whole Calpheon or not Calpheon, Odalita Part 1 storyline on stream and then made a YouTube video out of it. Which didn't do very well, but that's okay. So I like that storyline. That one's pretty good. I read all the storylines like once back in the day, but then I didn't read the like reworked versions of them. So I don't really know what's going on with the main story or with like the Commissal story anymore.
Yeah. Nobody asks, can you ask Bio if he had to start over right now, how fast and how would you make 100 billion silver? Like how long, I guess, would it take you to make 100 billion silver?
100 billion silver. I don't know. Probably 3 or 4 months would be my guess. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd probably start by running relics and gathering meat to power up my life skilling gear. And then probably start underwater gathering.
Yeah.
Underwater gathering is so expensive IRL though, because you need like max inventory and a shark outfit and all that kind of stuff. But if I got that, yeah, probably that. And then, yeah, I don't know. Probably a few months.
So how long have you been playing BDO?
I started like a month after release.
Okay, so some people there's some of the there's a segment that feels a certain type of way about stuff like seasonal and catch-up mechanics and Oasis gear that, you know, they had to work, you know, it was super hard for 2 years to grind all this stuff. And now this stuff's super easy to get. How do you feel about the new seasonal stuff and the catch-up mechanics? And do you like it for the game, or do you feel like people catch up too easy now?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think the people who are like, it was so much harder back into my day are just like, what, is this your first MMO? Like, have you never played video games before? Of course it's easier to catch up now. That's how the entire genre works. It wouldn't work otherwise. So I think that argument's kind of silly. I mean, you can like, I don't know, what does catching up mean? Like, I don't feel like there's a bunch of new players coming into the game who are getting even remotely close to catching up to me. They're getting 269 AP and being able to compete, and I think that's probably pretty good. Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah. That's kind of how I feel. I mean, I just feel like, dude, if people had to go through what it was like in that first year, today still, like people just would quit immediately. Like our attention spans just aren't there anymore.
It's not even that. It's just like it's this. I feel like the people who say that like honestly can't even believe it. They're just like trying to like be a flex about playing back in the day because it's like nonsense. Like the game, like people are like, oh, it's so much easier to now. It's like, no, it's not. I'm sorry, but a fucking Pendeboreka is like super fucking hard to get. Like one person, like or a couple people on each server have it. You know what I mean? It's not easier. It's just that Ogre Ring doesn't mean what it did in 2016. But like, of course it doesn't. That's how MMOs work. Like they have to make it easier to catch up over time. Like, what are we talking about? It's so silly.
They've kind of done an insane. Like I'm impressed that they've kept kind of the gear that exists in the game important for so long. Like most MMOs, like your gear kind of becomes just expired and you replace it all, and then it's expired and you replace it all. Like this game, everything kind of lasts forever. I think
I mean, it's a part of the way they did their enhancing system, or not their enhancing necessarily, but the way that gear enhances. Like your Ogre Ring is still relevant in 2021 because it can eventually become a Ted Ogre Ring, which can eventually become a Pen Ogre Ring. Whereas like the idea of a Pen Ogre Ring would have been ridiculous in 2016, but no, I think you're right.
Impossible would have been turbine use.
Here's my last thought, because I hear this all the time, like or at least I read it. I read this all the time. This is more of like you see it on Reddit or in guilds and stuff. One of the things that a lot of people say, they quit the game or the game sucks because of the enhancement system being so tedious and difficult and RNG, and that it's not fair. How do you feel overall, like for the game, the enhancement system is? Like, do you actually think it's like good compared to other games, the way they enhance and stuff like that?
I mean, here's the problem. Like, how much should we protect stupid people from themselves? Because like, if you're complaining about RNG in this game, it's like because like you chose to engage in that activity. You don't have to do any enhancing in this game unless you're ultra end game. So it's like, I don't know. It's hard. Like, just buy your gear if you don't want to enhance. That's an option now. So the idea that like, oh, it's all RNG. It's like, no, you chose to engage in the RNG, and it backfired on you. But don't do that if you don't want to. Like, it's entirely optional. But like, should the game protect people from those who are going to enhance with unrealistic expectations and those who have bad luck? Like, I don't know. Maybe that's like a different question.
Yeah. Maybe there should be a little tutorial thing that says like, hey, by the way, like you can use the marketplace. Because I read so often, like people are like, well, I used to play that game, but the enhancement system's so bullshit, so I quit. And I'm just like, dude, if you've been playing at all since Central Markets come out, like you don't have to participate in the enhancement game like at all. At all.
Yeah.
Even at high end, like if you're min-maxing, you want like a Pendeboreka, sure, but you don't need a Pendeboreka to kill everybody in the game.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like there's very few items in the game that you can't just buy if you want. And I think part of the thing is that people have unrealistic expectations. Like the number of people who come into my chat and like, I failed pen 10 times in a row. And it's like, bro, you're going to average like 25 attempts per pen. Like what? Yeah, of course you failed it 10 times in a row. That's normal. But people have no like frame of reference, even though the percentages are right there. The number of people who see like a 5% success rate and don't realize it means that like it's 20 clicks on average is insanely high. I'm like, how do you, what? Okay. But yeah, so people have some unrealistic expectations, and then, I don't know. They'll always use the argument like, oh, I can't get enough money to buy it. So you enhanced it instead. Like it's oftentimes just as expensive, if not more expensive, to do it that way. But I don't know. Like again, it's like, how much do you want to protect people from themselves? Like if you don't like enhancing, you can choose not to do it, but some people are going to do it anyway and regret it. So
every time I run into someone that says they failed like 5 or 10 times on pen in a row on a 5% chance and that it's bullshit, I'm like, yeah, but in every one of those attempts, you had a 95% chance to fail, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, everyone just, I don't know, 5% seems so high. And then like, if it's a black star, it's 7%. I'm like, dude, 7%, like that's so easy. Like, well, it's, 93% chance to fail. It's not that easy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I think the enhancement system is actually insanely, I don't know if it's just by chance or like intentional, but it just seems insanely well thought out with the way it works with the marketplace. because it just seems like the whole thing makes it go like it all like recycles back to the market, to enhancement mats, to like making sure Grinnell and green armor still have value for fail stacking and stuff. I don't know. I kind of find it insane.
Yeah,
The
it's
only
good to
thing
like.
I really don't like about the enhancement system is the fact that accessories go poof completely and you only get one fail stack, even if it's like a fucking 11 billion like silver cost to you. Like that's kind of silly to me. I feel like it should give you like something because you failed instead of just an insulting one fail stack. I don't know. Or just don't make it go poof.
It just grinds it into the wound.
Yeah. I don't that's just like the only thing that's always like, yeah, RNG is bullshit. It took me 39 pen attempts before I got my first pen. Like, I got more fucked than a lot of people in this game, so I feel like I have more right to complain than most about the RNG behind enhancement. But, like, most games, I feel like, well, maybe not most, but a lot of MMOs have some sort of RNG enhancement system in them. And honestly, it's really not that bad, especially since you can buy everything. But the accessories are just brutal, man. The fact that you can spend billions upon billions of silver, and then if it fails, it goes poof, and you get one fail stack, like assuming you're not crawling it. It's just like, oh man. And even if you do cron it, there's that chance that it downgrades, so you're still losing billions of silver. It's like, ugh, man, come on.
The problem is, I think with accessories, you kind of got to be careful with it. You can't really have, I think, accessories give too many fail stacks. Like, for example, if they were to remedy that, and you based on if you're pry, you get 2. If it's duo fail, you get 3.
I think you make it based off of the marketplace cost. I don't know why they can't give you fail stacks for accessory failures that aren't based off of how much that accessory costs on the market. Like, that seems like a fairly easy way to do it, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean,
I kind of like
would
that
be fine.
accessories don't give you stacks. It makes
Really?
enhancing easier. Yeah,
Really?
it makes enhancing easier. Yeah,
Why
because
does
it
it
means
make
you have
enhancing
options.
easier?
Like for someone like me, it means if I want to kill a stack, I have a very clear, defined way to do that.
I guess that's fair.
Kill a stack in what sense? What do you mean?
Like, I'm like, oh man, like right now, I'm like, oh, I have this 44 stack, and I don't really have enough stuff to click on this 44 stack, so I'm just going to tap a tried disto and see what happens. It downgraded.
Yeah,
You can-
it gives you something that's a huge profit item that will be worth you wasting that stack on.
Yeah, but you could just buy like a book and then just put it in your inventory and save it for later.
That's not efficient.
Oh, heck doesn't do that lazy peon shit.
Yeah, dude, what is that, dude? So
It's just about efficiency, man. It's all about efficiency. The book costs like 1 million silver.
Oh, dude.
That's like, a couple Blackstones right there. Come on, man.
That's
Sure.
like, a fucking... Biohack makes that in like 10 seconds. He can't throw that away. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know.
Are you guys ready to talk about this Node War stuff? I know this is probably the worst episode for Biohack, since Biohack doesn't
Yeah.
partake in
This is
group
how they lined up,
group
unfortunately.
PvP. But yeah, Node War changes are coming, and I don't know. There's some things in the Node War rewards Biohack that might force you to have to do Node Wars.
Yeah.
If you want to
Is it a merchant ring?
stuff. It's not
Yeah.
a merchant ring.
Merchant ring.
No.
Frosty,
yeah.
I'll back in a moment.
Do you use special attack evasion crystals, Biohack?
I do, yeah.
All right. So if you've been following along, I'm gonna go over the rewards, and then we'll get your opinion on the rewards. But and then we'll talk about the actual mechanics of the Node War when Nyasha gets back. But so one, an NPC will spawn at the end of Node Wars. That'll give you can buy with silver a list of different things. Essence of Glory for 30 million silver. You have to win a tier 3 or tier 4. Then Essence of Courage, you have to win a tier 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's also 30 million silver. You could buy a Kaffir Stone box that gives you 50 Kaffir Stones for 75 million silver. An Honorable Loot Chest, 10 million silver. And then Enhancement stacks, 20 for 1 million silver, all the way up to a 40 stack for 20 million silver. And all of these are one-time purchase only. So when the NPC spawns, You have 30 minutes. You can buy the stuff, and that's it. You have to win the node war. So one of the things you can do with the Essence of Glory is you can make these new special attack evasion crystals for the chest. There's a Bond, Jin, and a Wand version. These ones are clear. It's not kind of like the other ones where the stats are a little bit varied. This one is like clear cut. One is the best, one is the worst. I know like with some of the Bond, Jin, and Wands, you can make an argument that some of the Wands or Bonds are better. But in this one, it's the Wand adds max HP plus 30. Special attack evasion 10%. The Bond is max HP plus 50, special attack evasion 10%, and the Jin is max HP plus 100, special attack evasion 10%. So you can have 2 of these in your chest now, and you'll have an additional 200 HP and 20% special attack evasion. So starting with that crystal, Biohack, is that a crystal that you'd be willing to go to Node Wars to try to make? Because there's a good chance that this is not going to be marketable. I don't know for sure if it is or isn't, but there's a chance that it's not, which means you might have to go to Node War to get it.
I bet it's going to be marketable. But
think
if
so?
it's not, then yeah, I'd go to Node War for it. I wouldn't have a choice, wouldn't I?
Yeah, I mean, if you want it. But maybe you'll just do resist crystals or something, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the special attack evasion crystals are still probably the best ones.
They're pretty good, dude. With HP, I just have always hated having blue crystals in my chest. So I'm just excited that now the crystal's not going to be blue anymore.
Nice.
It just feels so bad. The only thing that the blue crystal is nice for is if you somehow die to mobs in PvP, then there's a chance you get RNG carried and only lose your blue crystals, you know? The second one is also interesting. So this one requires the Honorable Glory. And this one you need, to make this crystal, you can make it out of the Akrod crystals, which are the PvE Awaken weapon crystals, or the Alucas crystals, which are the PvP. And so right now, for the Alucas, for example, they give you 5 human damage and 3 accuracy. When you upgrade it with these Battlefield Glories, or Honorable Glory, whatever, Honorable Courage Essence, it changes it to 7 human damage, 3 accuracy, and then 1% attack cast speed increase, which is kind of nutty. So if you have 2 of these, it's 14 monster AP, 14 human damage, 6 accuracy, and 2% attack cast speed. And then for the PvE ones would be 14 monster damage, 6 accuracy, and 2% attack cast speed buff. These crystals to me, these crystals are insane. A percentage boost in attack cast speed is actually nuts. On a
What did they
crystal.
go in? Sorry, I missed that.
This would go in the Awakening weapon. Only.
Okay.
Exclusively for the Awakening weapon.
It's pretty OP.
What are you running in your Awakening? You put Hooms in there?
Yeah, who's
Yeah, I run a Lucas for the human damage and the accuracy, but I definitely want to upgrade to these. But this is another thing where it's like, this one it looks like you only need 1 essence, 1 Lucas, and 10 magical shards. So these ones actually seem easier to make. The other one you need 20 glory fragments for the special attack evasion ones. So you either can gamble by using 1 essence of glory, 1 forest fury, and 10 magical shards to try to make a Jin, but you have a chance to get a Bon or a Wand. But this one is like, or you can guarantee the Jin for 20 essence of glory or honorable glory. The naming is confusing. So yeah, I don't know. These crystals are kind of nutty. I feel like both are kind of sort of best in slot. I mean, even if you're just a PvE, I mean, unless you only really care about defensive stats, if you want to do damage, like attack cast speed is massive. Rez, how you feeling about these crystals?
They seem good. I already have the Alucas crystal, so I'm pretty excited for just a straight up upgrade to a crystal I already have. I guess I'll start using special attack evasions now that they're buffing those. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is really gonna it's a one-time purchase, right?
Well, one-time purchase per win, yeah.
Oh, per win. Okay.
Yeah. When you
I was
win a
like
node
really
war.
confused. I was like, I don't really understand why. Like, that's not really gonna do anything.
Right.
Okay, per win. I mean, the thing is I feel like they're trying to they're like trying to lure stronger guilds to T3s and T4s. It's
Mhm.
just not gonna work. Like, stop trying to like entice siege guilds to go to T3s and T4s and just fucking make them go there. I'm really confused why they keep trying to do these bullshit tactics where they're like trying to fucking like lead them along with like little treats, like a fucking dog. Like, just put a goddamn leash on them and put them on T3s and T4s so that T2s can be fun. It's really fucking weird.
Yeah, I was not expecting that route. Yeah, I guess. For me, I'm more like I'm thinking about this. I feel like these crystals, both of them, are gonna just the whole shop in general, because a lot of the stuff is pretty nice, especially a Kaffirstone bundle
It
for
is.
75 million silver
Yeah.
is kind of nutty. Is gonna
That's
bring
what I'm saying.
is gonna bring way more people to Node War. Like, a lot more guilds are gonna have a easier time. This is one of the things that back when we were in Hex, that was so frustrating, is like there was nothing in it outside of just the Node War and the fun of Node War for the people coming. So when you're like trying to get people to come, it's like, well, why? So I can get 11 million payout, but it costs me like 10 million silver per day to even participate because of Villa and Giant's Draft and etc. You know. But with this as a reward, like, I have to go to Node War because I need these crystals and I want Kaffirstone. So now I'm actually going to go to Node War because outside of the payout and the Node Pay system, like, I'm going to be able to buy this stuff. So I'm excited for that.
That's why I was saying, like, it's only on T3s and T4s, right?
Only one of them, the special attack evasion crystal. The other one is on all, even tier 1.
Oh, even tier 1?
Yeah, the Lucas one you can get on even on tier 1s.
Really?
Okay.
Yep.
I thought the things were only available on T3s and T4s, and that's why I was like confused as to why they're like, because like a while back you remember they like buffed the money on T3s and T4s, but it's still not to like a really relevant amount. So I was confused. I was like, are they trying this again? Like, just trying to make siege guilds like want to fight on T3s and T4s? It's without understanding why they're going to T2s, which is for the fights. But okay, if it's only like the one thing that's only available on T3s and T4s,
Yeah, the
then
special
I
attack
suppose that's
evasion
fine.
is tier 3, tier 4, and then the Essence of Courage is all tiers, and then the Kaffirstone box is 2, 3, and 4, and then it looks like everything else except for the 35 and 40s, or I guess some of the stat. Yeah, it just depends, I guess, on what the reward is. Most of it is all tiers, but the 40 stack is only 3 and 4, the 35 stack and 30 stack are 2, 3, and 4, and then the Kaffirstone box is 2, 3, and 4. So, and then these juices are for everything. I don't know. And masses of pure magic. 2 million silver for a mass. Is that worth if you're out of masses? Seems pretty good, right? I think.
2 million? Yeah, I mean, if you don't have any. I don't
Okay.
know. Are people running out of masses with 3 like mass nodes that they can take from?
I don't know. Biohack, you running out of masses? Do you ever have any issue with masses of pure magic?
I mean, there's no way I get even a remotely relevant amount of masses from the nodes. I have thousands of masses, but that's because I bought thousands of Black Spirit Claws when the Leighton event happened last time.
There you go. Leighton event. And who would have thought?
I mean, that's what I was saying about earlier about enhancing being all about playing the market. Like, you can't enhance Black Stars consistently unless you do stuff like that.
Yeah, actually, how you feel about these new crystals, the Lucas crystals with the attack cast speed?
Dude, they're amazing.
They're kind of amazing, right?
They're oh man. It's going to all right, so these crystals are actually going to change combat how it feels for a little bit because
Yeah.
we're used to the speed of certain animations at this point and how fast people can engage us, and that 2%, it may not seem like a lot, but that's going to impact the speed of which you perceive someone's attacks and their animations. It could even affect some people's lingers
Mhm.
in a negative way.
Mhm.
And it's just like it'll also improve your combo potential. The 2%, attack speed will help offset some of these slows that are just running around on every single class. all the AoE slows and whatnot. So it'll kind of help deal with that a little bit. Obviously, not enough to completely negate them, but it'll help out a little bit. Your overall combo speed, if you don't have any slows on you, or is going to be a little bit more improved. Doesn't necessarily mean you're going to pull off like a bunch of extra skills. Like you maybe pull off one extra skill, but that could be the difference in a fight when dealing with higher gear score. So I mean, there's a lot. It's going to improve grind speed a little bit too. I mean, all you're doing all day long in grinding is fucking whacking mobs. And if you can do that a little bit faster, you can definitely improve your grind speed. And that's just the attack speed. Like the other one that also has PvE damage, that'll help out a little bit too. But yeah, there's those crystals are hype for sure.
Yeah.
I think what's going to be interesting is that, like, because not everyone is going to have those crystals, right? So it's probably going to become at least a little bit of an advantage to where, like, someone can fight like a Meiwa, and then they're like, okay, yeah, they're using these skills, and these skills happen at these speeds. And then the next Meiwa they fight who has the crystals, it's like, it's happening slightly faster than the Meiwa they fought before. And so it's like, it's catching them off a little bit, And I think that's something that's going to happen, like, constantly. Because there are some people who just aren't going to run these, even with the 2%, right? Because they're going to be like, the 2% isn't really worth me giving up whatever I have.
The defensive type builds, like pure evasion type builds and stuff like that, they probably can't.
Or like resistances.
Yeah.
A resistance build probably can't swap out easily.
To also add into your particular scenario that you mentioned, it's like also from a node war point of view, a class like mine or another type of flex class, that the main problem that we have with ball fights is that we don't have enough protections typically, or we just don't have a lot of damage for AoE and stuff like that. So in a scenario in flex, when you're picking people off and you're trying to kill them before you get peeled, in a meta where Suck Wizard is teleporting from positions on the battlefield that you don't even know exist, and they just teleport on you and peel you, this helps you actually maybe possibly pull off your combo in time to get the kill and get out before you get caught. So it's like, there's that potential there. Because the Suck Wizard, he's not going to teleport any faster from having these crystals. It's him visually seeing what you're doing and then jumping on the opportunity. But you comboing, that speed is definitely going to be improved there. So
are you implying that we're going to change to a Meiwa Node War meta?
No, not at all. I'm just saying flex classes, people that get peeled all the time,
100%.
and large scale, they'll definitely have they might have less of those situations where they're getting peeled by Suck Wizard and they're ruining their fucking life.
Yeah.
So, who's to say? Like, we don't have them in right now. I can't actually test. It could be that the 2% actually doesn't feel like anything, and this was all hyped up for nothing. But there is a likelihood that it actually will have an impact on the amount of skills you can pump out really quickly. So
yeah. For sure.
Listen, even if the 2% isn't much, as someone who might end up playing Succession Nova in the future, I'll fucking take whatever I can get.
Right?
Yeah.
The other thing they added is these you can upgrade if you buy these tonics, you can use 3 Shining Medals of Honor to get a life tonic, and you can use these life tonic to buff some of the elixirs that you'd use in Node War. So it looks like it adds 100 HP basically to everything. So if you use a Giant's elixir plus a life tonic, your giant elixir will give you 250 HP instead of 150. You use a Perfume of Courage with the life elixir, it's 300 HP instead of 200, and so on and so forth. And this is true for Giants, Calcs, Spirit elixir, and Deep Sea elixir, which is kind of interesting. So an extra 100 HP on all of your elixirs or perfumes when you couple it with a life tonic. I don't know if that's worth, unless it's like a siege or like a really important fight, I guess, where you're really trying to min-max. But medals are loot scrolls, so I can't be throwing away my medals every single day.
How many medals did you get? I kind of missed the beginning we were talking about how you actually get these rewards.
So the medals are already the medals are the ones that are currently in the game. So if you win a node war, you generally get, it depends on every tier, but I would say the average is like 13 or 14 medals for a win, and if you lose, you only get 1. And then for the purchasable stuff, all of it is purchasable with silver. And you can do it. You can purchase all of the things like the Essence of Glory to make the new crystals, the Essence of Courage to make the other new crystal, the Capstone box. They're all one-time purchase per win. The NPC appears, and there's a purchase limit on everything in the shop, so you can buy it all one time.
Cool.
So if
how many node wars do you have to actually do to get like all the crystals?
if you want to guarantee it and not gamble at all, I guess 20. Like you would need to do. I mean, you can get the Alucas crystals with just one node war, I think, because you need 10 magical shards, and it says only one Essence of Courage. So if you only need one, then yeah, you can get that one in one node war. That's the attack speed one, yeah. But for the special attack evasion, you can do an attempt every time you win a node war. You need 1 and 1 Forest Fury and 10 magical shards to go for a Bond Djinn or 1. But if you want to force it and guarantee a Djinn, you need 20.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe they will be marketable. I don't know. I guess that would also make the money a lot more until the crystals are all just sitting on buy, at least. Make the profit pretty good. All right, so the actual node war mechanic changes. Yeah?
Does it say if mercs are going to be able to use the shop?
It does not mention that.
Yeah, there's a lot of open-ended questions like that.
I wonder if mercs can use the
Mercs
shop.
Can't. That would be terrible. Like if you had best in slot gear that you had to be in a guild capable of doing node wars for, that would be catastrophically bad for the game.
Yeah, it doesn't mention it, so I'm not too sure. I imagine you probably can, but there's definitely a chance.
It considers you in the guild when you merc. For like,
I feel like you'll be able to, but the fact that they don't say outright that you can is slightly concerning.
Yeah,
maybe they just thought nobody would ask that question.
Maybe that's also another way of them kind of discouraging, people just abusing merc systems for other things. I don't know.
Okay, so I'm trying to think of the best way to approach this. I'm just going to read these bullet point for bullet point. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 9 bullet points here. So let's go down the list. So this is the Node War revamp. The Node War system was created centering on a specific node selected for each day of the week. This will now change into territory units. For example, on Mondays, all nodes in Balanos will be held. On Tuesdays, all nodes in Serendia are held. A start node is set in each territory. If you participate in an initial war, you must participate at the starting node war. After successful occupation of a start node, you can gradually expand your power to other nodes connected to the occupied areas. For example, if Guild A occupies the starting point Balanos Forest, in the next node war, it is kind of and that's our favorite term, eating ground, that allows you to challenge the war for the connected Bartali Farm node. The entire...
pause.
Yeah, okay.
Someone came into my chat like a week ago and told me what that means.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole eat the ground rule thing is a Korean term, apparently, that they use in a lot of their games. And it basically refers to kind of like... what's the... like Civ, where like you start with a small like kingdom and then you start like conquering more and more of the land around you. That's essentially what that refers to, is what I was told.
Right.
Makes sense.
So kind of like Risk.
It's Risk,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like Risk, yeah.
And then it says the entire territory of the... It's funny, when I searched the eating the ground rule, I literally came up like the 5-second rule and why you shouldn't eat off the ground was the first result.
I think that can apply to Node Wars.
Yeah. This is the entire territory server where the Node War is still in progress is changed to a PvP area. However, safe areas are still excluded from this rule, and in the case of fortresses and attached buildings, it is possible to strike between guilds participating in the node. For example, if the Guild A that occupied the northern plains of Serendia and the Guild B that occupied Alejandro Farm built a fortress in the Costa Farm node and attacked it, the C Guild that occupied Costa Farm node and the northern plains of Serendia A Guild, Alejandro Farm B Guild, can hit fortresses and attached buildings built in the Costa Farm node. So I think that was a poor way of saying that all of the guilds in that area can attack the same guild on the same node if they wanted, because they occupy all these different regions in that area, or all these different nodes within that region. So basically, you're never safe. The maximum number of nodes that a guild can occupy in a territory is 10. As before, you can participate in a siege war when you occupy one node in tier 2 to 4. And if you occupy the node of one territory, including the starting point, you cannot participate in a war of a different territory. So once you win a node war in a territory, you basically have to keep expanding in that area. You can't participate in node wars in other territories. Information on starting node of each territory can be found by clicking the node war information in the world map. So they added these flags that let you see kind of the starting point of some of these nodes. Here, let me post this in the group chat so you guys can see. But so yeah, you'll see like a little flag, and that indicates their starting nodes. And then it shows like in the second picture, kind of the connecting nodes that you can expand to, I guess. Guilds that have occupied the starting point can advance to the node connected to the node. You can check the node connection in the world map as well. So far, this all haven't been said. We kind of knew some of this stuff from before. What are you guys' thoughts on this so far, Reslar?
I don't know. Like I said, I'm down for a change. I think a change to the node war system is very necessary. I have my concerns about some of the things that they've said, but
Right.
I don't know. I'm glad they're changing it. At least I'm glad that they're trying something new.
Yeah. Actually, is this do these changes so far at all make you want to come back in Node War a little bit?
Oh, it's never that I don't want a node war. I just don't have time typically. But I mean, yeah, they're pretty exciting. I think it's a very interesting take on how the node war system should be, and I think it's worth giving a shot. I mean, we don't know how this thing's going to turn out. Like, if they don't implement it properly or they don't cover all these, open-ended questions that exist, then it could be implemented pretty poorly. But based on just the face value of what they've given us so far, it looks really solid. I mean, I guess I'm still a little curious how you can achieve 10 nodes.
Yeah, so here's kind of how it sounded to me. So basically, it sounds like there's not like a reset anymore, like at the end of the week. So let's say if you win, so let me look at this. And again, I'm guessing. So I'm not saying I know this for sure. I'm guessing what it sounds like, and after discussing it with people, the conclusion that I've come up with. But obviously, we need guarantees to find out how it works. But let's just say no one ever comes and attacks you. So on day 1, you build in Calpheon, which would be, I don't know what day Calpheon is. Let me see. Calpheon is Wednesday. So Sunday is all regions, and then Calpheon is Wednesday and Monday. So let's say Sunday you place. That's the first day after your siege. You place on Calpheon, you win a starting node. And then on Monday, you place on Calpheon again, you win your second node, you expand. On Wednesday, you expand again, now you own your third node. Now the following Sunday, you can continue expanding. Like, you don't lose your 3 nodes until they're attacked and destroyed. So you can just keep going up and up and up until you have 10. It is at least how I'm understanding it. Each territory gets 3 node wars a week. So Sunday is all regions, you can place start nodes, and then they're a little bit divided up. So Monday is Balanos, Calpheon, and Kama. Tuesday is Serendia, Medaya. Wednesday is Calpheon, Valencia. Thursday is Medaya, Balanos, Kama. And Friday is Valencia, Serendia. Yeah. So here's some of their little side notes as well. It says some of this stuff is kind of interesting. So the ability to designate a center node, and in parentheses, main node of the occupied node, has been added. When you have 2 or more nodes, you can designate one of them as the center node. When 2 or more nodes are captured without a center node, the most recently occupied node is automatically designated as the center node. The center node can be freely designated when the node war is not in progress and cannot be changed during the node war. When using the gather up skill while occupying multiple nodes, that's where you hop into the node war right at the start, the little flag at the top. It will move you to the center node. If you own a node, is less than 2, or if you own less than 2 nodes, gather up will be taken to the fort or building forts of owned node in the same way as before. And when the center node is destroyed, all occupied strongholds are destroyed and all occupied nodes are liberated. So let's just say, for example, you have 3 nodes and someone comes and attacks you. If they kill your center node, the fort that you've declared, or the node that you've declared as your center main node, if that gets destroyed, you lose everything. All of your nodes are gone. So yeah. And then it says when the guilds that are occupying more than 2 must take this into account when setting up their center node. So you have to factor that in. What are your thoughts on the center node mechanic? Either Rez or Nayashi.
So, hold on, let me just clarify. You said if you lose the center node, you lose all your shit?
Everything gets liberated, yeah. So you lose that fort, and then all of the nodes connected to your center node are liberated and become neutral.
So it's like your headquarters. You lose your headquarters, you die.
Yeah. You pick one node that's like the queen home base. So that one you probably defend the most heavily if you have multiple nodes.
Is it like something that stands out? Is it something that you can change each day?
So you can change it every day, like in between node war. When it's non-node war time, you can designate whatever node you own to be the center node. Yeah. It does not say what your first question was. It doesn't say, I forgot what your question was now, but it's not clarified. What was your question, Reslar? I forgot.
No, I was just asking if it destroyed all your shit. I was trying to clarify.
Yeah, it doesn't clarify on like, there's a lot of stuff that's not clarified here. So
I don't know if I like that very much then, because I don't like you're just always gonna go after the headquarters, right?
You don't know
Because I'm assuming
which one it is, typically.
But I'm assuming there's gonna be some way to tell. Like,
yeah, I don't know. That's the thing I'm wondering too. Like, how wouldn't it be obvious?
Obviously you're gonna want to build up the one that has the headquarters far more than the others. So
maybe.
Yeah.
Is it true you always want to go after the headquarters though? You might want to have one of your especially if you have allies, have one
if you have
go after the headquarters.
You want to dwindle them down just in case.
Yeah.
But
try and split them up.
Yeah,
and then have like a consolation prize where even if you don't take out the main one, you can whittle away some of their other territory. That's kind of what it seems like what they're going for.
Yeah, this is the question that I'm wondering is like, what is the incentive for me? If I go into if someone owns 4 nodes, what is the incentive for me to kill one of their non-center nodes? Do I own that territory?
Yeah.
The other thing too,
I think you would own it. Yeah, right.
Well, the other thing too is like, do you have to play specifically on that one? So maybe that's what it is, Rezar, is like you can God, it's so confusing, but let's just say you have 2 nodes. We'll just call it node A and node B that are next to each other. They're in the same territory. This person owns both. Their center node is B, but I placed on A to attack A because I had no idea that their center node was B. So I guess I have the option to just kill A and win that territory, or screw that guild over and also go kill their center node so they can't get the shop at the end of the war or something. I'm not really sure. Like, that part's not super clear to me.
Yeah.
It's really confusing.
I guess we'll find out with the participation thing, I guess, right?
Yeah. And then if there's like an A, B, and C, and their center node is B, and I placed on node A, is there any incentive for me to just go randomly kill C? Like, let's say it's a guild like they're brutal, right? Strong, very strong T2 node war guild, and I'm not as strong as brutal. So I'm not gonna be able to kill their center node because they're defending it way too heavily, but I could go kill their C node that they're not defending heavily. Is there any benefit to even doing that? Do I get something for killing that node?
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm curious about too.
Probably in the form of taxes, but yeah, it's not explicitly stated.
I really just want to see this in action. I kind of wish that they would just put this on live and let the players test it and give their feedback. I know they're doing global labs, but like global labs is not really a good thing for testing node more mechanics, honestly. I don't know.
They're doing some weird. They're doing some weird invite.
It's not for like.
Yeah, they're doing like an invite node war thing this week, like a demo on global labs. So I guess we'll be able to see kind of how it plays out. I have no idea what it's going to actually consist of.
It's just a proof of concept test. That's it.
But like, I think everyone fairly understands the concept at this point, and we're all okay with the concept. What we need is the details, the specifics, and like I feel like the only way we're gonna get that is by playing it ourselves. I don't know.
Maybe. Or them actually just giving us clarification would be nice.
Yeah, they don't seem to want to do that.
Yeah, because like this, even though there's a little bit more information in here, there's not that much more information in here. It's only a tiny bit. Like these examples are very vague. Like it shows the home node, like that's new information that you see the flag and you have a sensor node and the start nodes and stuff, but it doesn't, and it shows the connecting nodes in that territory, but it doesn't explain like what happens. Like the other thing too that I was talking about with Bloom the other day is like, when does the node war end? Is it when I kill all of your forts, or if I just kill the fort on the node I placed? Does it go the whole 2 hours? Like, how does that work? What constitutes the end of the node war?
And what's the end of the node war for my guild? So if I kill the only fort that was on my node, I win the node, right? Or do I have to fight for the whole 2 hours because anyone else that is also placed in the region can come attack my fort on my node, even if they're not on my node?
You have to stay and defend, yeah.
Just put it on live, please.
I feel like people would be pissed if they need to put out that video.
If they just threw it on live, people would be pretty upset.
They need to put out that video.
People are going to be upset no matter what. People are always upset about everything. Case in point, myself. Just put it on live. Let us tell you what's good and what's bad, and you can change it from there.
They are. Here's the Kama nodes. Just so we can. I'm excited about node warring on Kama, but Kama's 4 starting points are Casual Forest, which I believe is in the far right, like between Old Wisdom Tree and Manshams, right? Or it's north of Old Wisdom Tree, somewhere up there. Where is this? Yeah, between Atanis Pond and Mansion Forest.
Yeah, Old Wisdom Tree.
Which I think that zone's kind of cool. Gaifin Raja Temple is another starting node, which is insane because that mountainous area.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Ash Forest.
That's gonna be the Serendia node war, mountain node war all over again.
Yeah. Gaifin. Sorry. Ash Forest is another one, which I think is interesting. Very deep, like heavily treed forest. And then Poly Forest, which is another starting node, which also is kind of interesting with the water and the bridges and stuff. So here's the thing. So like Briz is saying in chat that you clean your own nodes that you have forts on, and the war is done for your guild. You cannot attack forts on nodes where your guild doesn't have a fort. But in this example, it states very clearly that every single guild in the area, even though they don't have forts on those nodes, can attack the other fortresses. Guild A.
Like that's one of the biggest things they talked about.
Yeah, this
the fact that the whole ground is a war for everybody. That's one of the biggest things that they emphasized.
Guild A, B, and C can all attack the fort on Costa Farm node, even though they're built. Only 2 of them are actually on the Costa Farm node, and one's on whatever, Alejandro Farm, Northern Plain. It's kind of confusing the way they word it, but it says you can attack. They can all attack. So
yeah, that's been one of the most confusing things about this new system that, again, I'd like to see in practice, because I don't think that's going to work out very well in theory. I mean, again, I'd love to see it so that we can not have to play with theories anymore, but I don't think that's going to work out very well. So then if you just have a snipe on your zone, but you still want to fight, you can just go bully some other guild in some unrelated fight that doesn't actually matter to you whatsoever.
Yeah, I guess it's just the way this works. The way this is worded, it's basically saying one person actually owns Costa Farm in this example, and the other 2 built on it, and all 3 can attack it. But that's like such a weird thing to even say in the example, because that's just what Node War is right now. That's exactly how Node War works now.
I think they just need a few more different scenarios literally painted out to really help clear up some of the questions.
Yeah, the thing is that's weird is like, so if you're defending, if I place on a node, like you're basically defending only against multiple guilds, but the one guild can't attack multiple guilds, maybe. Because like that's the thing is it says that you have to understand that you can be attacked on all of your nodes, but I guess not by one guild. It would have to be multiple guilds.
I think, and this is obviously assumption. There's no information to really back this up, but I think what the premise is like you as a guild that's joining in on a territory that's that another guild already has territories on. Like you have to do the starting node thing. You have to start at the starting node, no matter what. You have to win that to expand to continue further. You can move your main base, your HQ, if you will, away from that starting node to a different node. That way you don't have to worry about newcomers coming in and messing up your stuff. But every new guild has to start off with the starting node. They can attack other nodes to mess up your stuff, but ultimately they still have to take that starting node in order to progress forward. Does that seem like it makes sense?
Maybe. I don't know. You can definitely kill people. Like everyone is attackable on the node, no matter what you're on, as long as you're in that territory.
Yeah. There's a level of risk for people that are already like quote unquote, oh, I got my node for the week. No, not exactly. You have to defend that node like on the days that that territory is up. Now it's not every day. Like, you know, like currently there's nodes popping up every day, but it's not territory based. It's all node specific. Once you own it for the week. That's not the case in this. So there's like what, 3 days in total per territory, right? Sundays every day, and then there's like usually 2 days per territory. So there's basically 3 days, 1 to take your starting node, and then 2 to progress further.
Do you guys think that this is going to promote multiple guilds working together and placing on separate nodes, or will it more promote people creating an alliance and trying to have one strong guild?
Probably multiple guilds trying to help each other out and take multiple nodes to maximize their income.
You're definitely gonna have like, I don't know. I see it more likely to make like alliances, not like the in-game alliances, but like 2 guilds that like always fight together, and then it's like, all right, we go clean up this region, and then we gotta go clean up like your region and stuff like that. Because if you can fight on other nodes, like not just the ones you're placed on, then it encourages having another guild that you can work with that will help defend you on your node and vice versa.
Yeah,
yeah. It seems like it would.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
I was going to say it seems like it would reward you for like partnering up more because both of you can win as opposed to sort of like one of you having to lose.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
The only scenario where maybe that wouldn't be as advantageous for people, it's kind of like the show Survivor. Like you help each other out leading up towards the end of the week because there's so many limited nodes, but you want to maximize your output, and like maybe like they say 10, but maybe if they shortened it to like 5 nodes or something like that, then towards the end of the week, you would just be you and the other person kind of thing. But that's not how it's designed. They allow anyone to place no matter what day, or as long as it's a day that it's an active node war day for that region.
So, a couple things. One, I think it's interesting. Like, it'll definitely make it way more difficult to have 2 friendly guilds placed on the same node, because you know how like Breslar, whenever we had like, hey, let's 2v1 these guilds out, we'll 1v1, winner gets the node this time, tomorrow you'll get it. But the problem with that is like guildies are going to be kind of brats about that situation because you want that vendor every day. Like you want the chance at that vendor.
Everyone's going to be
everyone's going to want that.
Looking to make sure they get the vendor. That's their main goal.
Yeah, you'll definitely have to split. But the thing is, I think you both have to place on the starting node. So if you have to place on the starting node, it's going to be very difficult to work together. Yeah. Unless
that's what it looks like to me.
Unless you start on opposite sides and then work your way to the middle.
Maybe they allow for like multiple starting node options.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And then the other thing is, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say it doesn't even matter if you start on opposite sides because you can still help each other.
You can still attack each other. So that would be where the benefit comes in if you had a guild.
And I'm also curious, like, okay, this is again. I wish we just had it. Can you place flags in other node war zones? Can you bring cannons into other node war zones if the whole region is a node war zone?
How cancer would that be?
Like, can siege guilds like now hire cannon guilds in node wars as well as in siege? Like,
maybe.
what? Like, is that a thing?
I wanted to point out this other kind of interesting thing is that now you're going to know way more than now. Like right now, some guilds do know and they follow trends. Like if you're a guild leader that like legit follows Node War trends and you know where a lot of the guilds typically place. But now after Sunday, you know exactly where guilds are going to be on Monday and Tuesday because they have to be there.
Yeah, you're mostly guessing to see which one is their actual headquarters.
So you're going to be able to force fights a lot more easy and or avoid fights a lot easier. So I actually think in some weird way, because someone mentioned like, dude, it's just going to make like big guilds are just going to easily chase down noob guilds because they're going to know where they are, which I think to an extent is true. But also conversely, if the big guilds are winning on the first 2 days, the end of the week, the smaller guilds are going to have a lot easier time avoiding the big guilds and actually fighting guilds closer to their strength. Because those are the only guilds that don't have nodes. So I think that's kind of interesting. The other thing I'm curious about is if Chonation places on a tier 2, 3, or 4 on Sunday and wins it to qualify for Siege, and then they win another one on Tuesday, they extend, so now they have 2, and another one on Thursday to extend, now they have 3. And then on Thursday someone comes and kills their center fort and they lose all 3. Are they now unqualified for Node War?
Yeah, that's a question we don't have answered either. But I would assume yes, based on how the rules currently look.
That also adds a little bit of strategy because you can basically prevent people from getting to Siege if you strategize correctly.
And I honestly think that's
kind of interesting.
The
I think
guilds
that's
that
interesting.
put in a lot of work to secure those, and then they have one fort that gets blown up, and that ruins all their work. It kind of sucks for them, but at the same time, from a strategical standpoint, I think that's kind of new and fun, and like it gives smaller guilds a chance to dick over the man, just stick it to him.
No, it doesn't.
Or for siege guilds to pay small guilds.
Oh yeah, they can pay.
Over other
They
guilds.
can pay them in castles or whatever later on in the week or something like that.
Yeah, no, Briz, it doesn't say specifically that you can attack other nodes, but it does say like, let's say in this like example, I don't know the name of these nodes, but let's just say this one here on the flag is A and this one's B. If I place here, an enemy places here on B, and another ally places on C, then the following day, like we can all kind of go for the same thing and we can work together against that guild. And in the PvP area, they did say you will be able to attack everyone, not the node or their forts necessarily, but you will be able to kill the other players because the whole area is a PvP zone. Whether it counts to your score or not, I'm not too sure, but you'll be able to go fight other people in different areas.
Concerning to me.
Which is can cause a griefing for sure if that's unchecked. So I'm curious how that'll work too.
Now here's the question: do you think this really heavily supports Zerg meta?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, yes, a little bit, but it's still like 50-50. I feel 50-50 on that because I think if a guild is
there's
overextended,
just not a benefit to the other guilds that participate in the Zerg, basically.
Well, there's that if you place on the same fort, yeah. But also, I think by a strong guild spreading themselves thin makes it easier for one single guild to take out one of their forts to expand. Like if my guild is really strong and I have 7 forts, I'm definitely going to have to defend at least 2 of them. There's no way no guilds are attacking me, right? So it's like,
yeah.
You could not even be working with one of the other guilds that's attacking my guild and still win your section because the guild I'm spread too thin to defend both sides.
Yeah. Yeah. You would basically have to make the conscious choice that like, all right, we're not gonna get the extra funds this time around. We're gonna have to abandon X and X and just stick with our headquarters.
Dude, I think
we don't have the manpower today to help out with it kind of thing.
But the other thing is that like I think it's gonna be Zerg meta because there's no more caps, right? Which is a huge thing. Like there's no more numbers caps. Like,
yeah,
the amount of people who can participate.
That is a concern, but Frosty, I think we were talking about this with like Amartet and them earlier this week, where like how many guilds do we honestly feel can actually pull 100 members during the week? consistently.
every day.
But it's
a
not.
bit- one,
It's not about
maybe.
100 members. It's about the guild that can bring 70 to people is suddenly going to be fighting the guild that can bring 20.
Yeah, on the first day, and then the second day, that 70 people has to defend 2 forts, and then on the third day, they have to defend 3. So the 20 is like, I mean,
And
if you
they,
could, honestly,
if they defend the wrong base or they split too much and then they get like literally steamrolled.
if you
from
can only bring
one
20
or too many
people,
guilds.
you probably should be in tier 1s, right? If your guild actually can only bring 20.
Yeah, you don't have the members, therefore you're not.
But yeah,
higher
you're not wrong. Like there's going to be some guilds that do bring a decent number of people. I just think even with the top guilds right now, like it's super difficult to bring 70 plus people on all 3 days. Especially when you're forced to expand and you can be attacked from multiple fronts. Like it's going to be difficult for even the guilds with a lot of people to defend themselves after a while. I think like by design,
there's
they're forced
no
to spread themselves
participation
thin.
caps on T1s either, right? They're removing it for
Right.
T1s as well.
Mm-hmm.
And participation caps are even more important on T1s because your gear is equalized. So you can't just be like, well, we have more gear than them, we're stronger than them, so it doesn't matter that we're outnumbered.
So can't you just form an
So-
alliance?
I
You
mean,
can't
yeah,
bring enough
you can.
people? Yeah, I think that's
I don't know.
okay. I
I'm
mean,
just saying, like,
it's a mass group
see
thing,
this
like,
being a problem.
So you think it should be designed in a way where if you can only bring 20 people, like you benefit just as much as the people that can bring a lot? It just seems like it's mass group PvP, so bringing only 20 people just, I don't know why that would be promoted anyway. Unless you like have an alliance where you can like get a couple guilds to do it. I don't know.
I don't know. Ooh, apparently, we can't have just casual guilds that just want to like participate with low numbers.
I mean, you definitely can. It's not like you're going to be fighting. I mean, what guilds on T1s? I mean, how many guilds are really going to be bringing 100 people every day on T1s? Is there actually, or 70 every day?
I mean, every day probably not a lot, but there's going to be some guilds that are bringing quite a few numbers.
For sure, but
Like-
they're going to get spread thin all the same. Like after a couple wars.
I think it's fair to assume that most guilds that actively node war already can pull off like 40. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Like
probably.
40 may not seem like a lot, but when you take it into the context of like one guild's needing to defend 2 or more locations, when you have 2 guilds that can bring 40, that can be kind of difficult. Yeah,
I don't know.
you're-
We'll have to see. I personally think that's going to be a big problem, but we'll have to see. Like I said, we can't fucking say anything because we don't fucking know. We don't have it.
Yeah. Well, the other
I
thing
think it's
too,
going to be a problem. I'd love to be proven wrong, though.
if you are a strong guild, let's just say there was a cap. How are you supposed to defend yourself?
20 people is a plat. It's not a node work.
how are you supposed to defend yourself if you have like a 35 cap when you have like 3 nodes? Like you can't even like divide. Like there's gonna be 5-10 people defending each one of your forts.
You basically
I think that's why they raised the cap, because of the way it's gonna end up working. We'll see what ends up happening. I don't know. I mean, in that case, I still feel like you could just form alliances, and then it just makes it easier if you like really want to go to node war.
fucking suck, though.
They could
I
have
don't-
capped like the number of people you can have on each fort, but let you have like, so if you have 70 people, you can't field all of them. You can only field the first 20, but then the next day you can field 20 on one and then 20 on the other node.
Why do alliances suck? I'm in alliance. I actually think alliance is awesome. I've been in a guild for like a year that's been alliance. Like at the last couple of guilds I've been in. What's wrong with
It just
alliances?
doesn't make sense. Just merge.
I mean-
Especially like with this system, I think the system is gonna more so encourage that like you should just have 2 separate like full guilds. Honestly,
Yeah, but you have like 2 different communities and leadership groups that you literally just come together for node war. You're not,
I
don't
mean,
know.
if that's true, then 9 times out of 10 those don't work.
I mean,
We
but,
had this
but I'm
discussion
in
a while
two, but I've been in
back,
2 of them that
I
have.
kind
Like,
of feel like they should reduce the number of people that you can have in a guild as it is to help out with that whole node war scenario thing, but
yeah. I mean,
then create more fights and stuff like that. But it would also potentially produce more quote unquote alliances.
I think there's a lot of alliances
Here's
that
the
do work.
fundamental problem with alliances if you're just a guild that all you do is node war together with the other guild, then 9 times out of 10 the alliance is going to break up after a couple months
Based
anyways.
on what
so
stats?
it's
I mean, that's
pretty irrelevant.
not true.
So-
And if you aren't like
so in
that,
that
then you may
case,
as well
what's
just
the complaint?
merge.
But you're just making that up. Like the number, everything you just said is just made up numbers. Like that's not. Where did you get the statistic that a node war guild breaks up 90% of the time?
With my eyes? Hello? How many alliances have lasted longer than like a year? Like 2?
And it was
3?
because all they do is go to node war, and they were showing up to node wars, and it was like, nope, this sucks. You guys are all showing up to node wars. We're breaking up, or were there other issues like that? Like if they go to node
That's
wars,
what
what's
I'm
the issue?
saying though, is that there's other issues because you have two groups that don't give a shit about each other. They don't match up. All they're doing is taking advantage of the numbers that they have in node wars.
Well,
That's why I'm saying.
then you get an alliance.
And they
with a
always
group
end
of
up
people
breaking
that-
up and finding another guild to do an alliance with for another like 5 months.
I just don't think. I mean, there's a lot of alliances in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 that've been around for a long time already. So it's not really that true. Like, yeah, alliances aren't for sure going to work out, but guilds also break up. Merges break up constantly. You know
All the
that
time.
better than anyone.
Yeah.
Merges always fall apart. Alliances kind of keep you a little bit separate, so your leadership and their leadership can kind of do their own thing, but still like work together in the one thing you both like care about at the same time.
Yeah.
A lot of
Well,
guilds
they need
also
to
just don't want
Deal
to
with
give up.
each other's bullshit.
A lot of guilds also just don't want to give up their guild name, like their guild. Like, this is my guild. I worked so hard to build
Yeah,
this. Like,
they have some, a sense of ownership with it. They won't have that if they just go over to someone else's.
I don't know. Anyway, yeah, we'll have to see what happens. What ends up happening? I think right now node wars feel really, really bland to me. So any change is kind of exciting.
Yeah.
Plus camo wars, I think are going to be really interesting.
Oh yeah, the new edition of Camo. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be crazy. I can't wait to get stuck in those damn the wind towers or whatever they are. You know what I'm talking about?
Did they always have your escape bring you right next to those towers, or is that something they put in later after so many people got stuck on them? Because if you
That's a good
escape
question.
from a tower, you literally move like 2 feet right out of the tower.
Yeah, I think they designed it later to do that,
Wait, which
but
towers?
I can't be certain.
Which towers are we talking about?
In Camo,
One's in
The ones
common.
on the
Oh.
side of the road that you get stuck
the
in
like
the side of if you go
the
too
guard
fast.
towers or whatever.
Oh.
They're like,
That's so funny that instead of fixing getting stuck in them, they just move you next to it. Nice.
yeah.
Dude, that's another thing, man. Escape being used for PvP is the worst. Needs to be removed.
Yeah, they reduced the cooldown on it a while back to make it more readily available for players. Because isn't it like a 5-minute cooldown in Node Wars?
For me, I still think it just needs to count down a timer. Like, you hit escape, and it says removing you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then you're out and safe. So if you actually are stuck, it helps. If you're not, then you still die.
Would you
Instead
have
of
to
it
be
being
standing still and not being getting hit? for
no,
the countdown to
no.
continue?
It counts down no matter what's happening. Yeah.
Be like mid-fight and then boom.
Yeah.
Win.
They just
Fucking
plan on
hyperspeed,
losing.
dude. Can't catch me now.
Yeah. They're like, all right, I know I'm losing to this guy. Escape. Start the fight. 5 seconds, I'm gone.
Yeah, like a 15-second cooldown. K-Rog says 15 seconds. That would be legit. That's a long time to count down. 15 seconds? Oh my gosh.
Well, escaping is supposed to be a tool to use when you're stuck.
Right.
You can't get out and not
No,
escape.
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But it's just 15 seconds. That's a long fucking time.
Okay, so here's a there's some siege weapons that have been added to the game and changed and buffed and whatever. So you can use auras. So I'm gonna read the blue text and then I'll read the actual what they've changed. So the new Node War is undergoing final testing to be introduced to the official server as early as next week. There will be a participation event where you can participate with the GM and we'll introduce it to the official server, noted on feedback later. We look forward to your participation and interest. In addition to the contents released today, we briefly introduce contents that are further developing. First, the world map faction. Actually, hold on. Most of this not related to this. Sorry. So the fucking the siege weapons. So you can now use like the Zarka, Nuver, Kutum, or Kuranda auras to buff the siege
Cannonballs
equipment.
and other equipment,
Yeah. So, for example, if you use a Zarka cannonball, you do 30% more damage. The cannonballs do 30% more damage. If you use a Nuver cannonball, it does 20% increased damage to attached buildings. Kutum cannonball is 10% reduced attack speed when hit, and Karanda cannonball is 10% move speed slow. And then that the same is true for like Ballista, basically all the same stats. And then Magic Arrow, which I think the Magic Arrow is someone told me that means Hwacha. So the Hwacha with the Zarka is damage increased by 50%. The Nuver one is vehicle damage increased by 20%, 10% attack speeds, move speed, and so on and so forth.
What are they classifying as a vehicle? Is it the siege tower?
Well, no.
Are cannons
Oh,
considered vehicles?
maybe siege tower, elephant, horses, stuff like that. I guess. Yeah, mounts. Vehicle equals mount. Elephants and horses and stuff. And then the other thing is flame tower. Same thing. 50% increased damage. I believe that's only exclusive to players. If you use the Zarka one, it's 50% increased damage to players.
That's
and then
huge.
The Nuver one is 20% increased damage to vehicles, and then the attack and move speed debuff ones as well. Yeah, that's kind of scary.
Damage is huge.
I guess if you own multiple forts, this is supposed to help you defend in multiple areas if your stuff is stronger.
I think you're right.
Also, these cannons are going to be insane, though.
The problem is the cost. 5 auras? That's fucking insane.
No, not 5. It's 1.
1
aura. Yeah, 5 oil, 1 aura.
Get the 5 from?
Enhanced flame oil, 5. Yeah, it's only 1 aura, basically, for... Well, it gets expensive, because with the oil, it says enhanced flame oil X5 for 1 latent energy. So, I mean, that kind of sounds like you... I mean, you only get 5 shots, right? What is 5? How long does flame tower oil? I don't use flame towers. How long does that last? Isn't that only 5 shots?
Last long.
Isn't that just 5 shots?
Yeah.
So yeah, 1 Zarka aura for 5 shots on a flame tower, 50% damage increase is kind of not that.
It's
amazing.
Probably designed to be like the swap out. You swap it out before the big fight, and then you use your normal ammo for the rest.
I wonder if they'll come up with like how like cannons are right now. If you've ever done con, there's no way to like change your shot. It's just whatever the first like shot is in the inventory of the cannon. That's what gets shot. That's what gets shot out. I wonder if they're gonna come up with some way for you to like actually change which type of shot you're using, or if it's gonna be the same scuffed ass like.
Pull it
you
out
better have
it
it at the front. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that'd be awful.
Hopefully they come out with some way to... I mean, it wouldn't really be that hard, but it's Prolobust we're talking about, so hopefully they come up with some way to change your ammo type while you're in the tower, or on the cannon, or in the launch, or whatever.
Where's our battering ram?
True.
Where's my rock climbing?
I want to take a battering ram all the way to someone's fort. And knock their
I want to
down.
rock climb. I want to scale the side of a castle.
Okay. Anything else about the Node Wars you guys want to talk about? Hopefully we see it this week before next week's podcast, so we'll know a little bit more. But a lot of crazy changes. Mostly, I think the rewards... Well, the changes are going to bring people to Node War to try it out, but I think the rewards are going to make a lot of guilds' attendance are about to go way up for a little while.
Yeah, at least initially, because people want to get those damn rewards, and also probably just experience the new Node Wars setup.
Yeah, my question too is, and maybe someone understands it based on what we saw, is like, am I getting, if I own if I win Fort A, and then I expand to Fort B, and I win that, do I now, at the end of that Node War, that second day, do I win the money for Fort A and B again? Like, do I get A multiple times? And then on day 3, I expand to Fort C, completely uncontested. Now I get paid for all 3. Because there has to be some benefit for owning multiple, right?
What if it's like this thing where you start off at the starting node and you can rush over to another quote-unquote non-starting node and place a flag, and now you have control of that. And then so forth and so on. You can own up to 10, but people are attacking you the whole time. They can get rid of your quote-unquote, expansion zones, so to speak. by similar, just destroying a flag, for example. But you can also spawn at those expansion zones.
Placing a flag? Oh, like you'd put a flag at your own fort, like your
consider
other fort?
well,
What do
consider
you
it
mean?
like all like so you have the starting zone, but then you have all the non-starting zones which you can place an expansion type flag on. That becomes a new, like, you control this territory type thing, like Risk, like
Isn't
I
that
now.
what the forts are kind of doing though?
Yeah, but the forts kind of allude to you needing to only be able to place one a day, right?
Right.
But they say you can own up to 10. Well, how could you possibly own up to 10 unless you can place multiple?
No, I explained that to you earlier. The nodes don't reset at the end of the week. So you own 3 after a week, and the following week you expand again and again and again. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll do anything. They talked about in the server wars. I think it was the server wars. They talked about setting up like these mini forts almost, like these. I forget the exact word that they use, but these places where your side can hold, basically, like in the open world. You can set it up and then hold it. I wonder if they might implement something like that into Node Wars, actually. Maybe Node Wars is like too small scale for something like that. I don't know.
So I guess you get paid every day, like Nahil is pointing out. The text is before change. It was acquired immediately upon occupation. After occupation, taxes accumulated during the occupation of the node war or the node/territory. Automatic acquisition at a specific time every day. So I guess every day you own each node, you get paid. The only thing that seems kind of crazy about that is like, if you own, I mean, I don't know what the money is going to be. It might be different, lower or higher. I'm not really sure, but let's just say it's 1.5 bill for like a tier 4. If I win 4 tier 4s, am I actually just getting 6 bill a day? It's actually
Snipes are about to pop off.
it's a lot of silver. It's gonna be snipes are gonna have an impossible time to expand though, because people are gonna see where they're at and just take them.
Well, either way, it's not going to be the quadrillion silver that we've seen that one time.
It'll never be a quadrillion. Dude, this word, like this, even though this was right in front of my face, I feel like adding the letter D threw me off on this and made me not understand it, because it says after occupation, taxes accumulated during the occupation of the node/territory. But if it just said accumulate, I would have been like, okay, that makes sense. But it put a D in there and it threw me off.
That's what she's.
That's what she said. All right. Dark Cloud Kutum, world boss update. When Dark Cloud Kutum appears in the Sandstone Chamber, the artifact device that was asleep in the stone chamber is activated. The rooms of the stone chamber have different functions, and the functions are as follows. A room that purifies... the D throws anyone off. A room that purifies Kutum. Dark Clouded Kutum emits 2 powerful dark clouds to adventurers every so often. To clear this, the adventurer must purify the dark clouds at the location of the appropriate stone chamber. In addition, there are 3 or more adventurers in the stone chamber who successfully cleared the dark clouds. The artifact reacts, gives a powerful power for a certain period of time. However, if you enter the stone chamber in the opposite direction of the dark cloud that you are stuck on, the power of the artifact will work in the opposite direction, and you will be caught in the dark cloud that leads to death.
That sounds awful.
In order to purify Kutum's dark clouds, you must move to the same room as the color of the dark clouds on which you are hanging. And it shows a little arrow pointing to white lights. A room that weakens Kutum. When Kutum falls below a certain life force, it summons ancient weapons to protect itself and absorb power from the basement of the stone chamber. If you defeat the ancient weapon summoned by Kutum, you can get a dream piece with a certain probability. The artifact works by putting a dream piece in the ancient eye in the huge room of the stone chamber. If you have successfully activated the artifact, Kutum will be weakened by the artifact's power and will not move for a certain period of time. However, if you can't defeat ancient weapons or artifacts within a certain period of time, Kutum will be strengthened and will give adventurers more powerful attacks. Yeah, so this Kutum is going to be a little bit more complex. And then it says a new A new item, the Kutum's Power Stone, which can be obtained by killing dark-clouded Kutum, has been added. Kutum's Power Stone can be attached to the Alchemy Stone slot. When using Kutum's Power Stone, the condensed Kutum's power is unlocked and damage is done to the surrounding area. And it has a screenshot of just a bunch of lightning around this character. Kutum's Power Stone can no longer be used when its durability is exhausted. It has
Like that
20
mechanical
durability.
bird.
Yeah, it
boss.
looks like Puterum's kind of attack. So I guess you can just use it. You just get an attack that does a giant AoE lightning. You can use it 20 times, I guess. It says dark.
Some people were asking if you can use that in PvP.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't say.
Flag up after the boss and just fuck everyone up with it.
Using Dark Kutum's power, so that's the image. Dark Clouded Kutum has the highest difficulty among the 3 previously updated bosses. Compared to Bloodstained Nuver, the boss's patterns and movements are a bit easier. Difficulty is high in a different sense because adventurers need to collaborate a little depending on the situation. Instead, we repaired a little special loot when you succeeded in subjugation, so I hope that it will be new to your challenge. There you go, dude.
What was that again? It sounded like you said we prepared a special little lube.
Loot. Yeah.
Oh, you like cut off there, I guess.
It has a 5-minute cooldown per use of the lightning attack. So yeah, I guess you can use it in PvP. You're gonna see some people lightning attacking you in Node Wars. It's gonna be interesting.
God, can you imagine fucking Suck Wizard doing that shit on top of everything else?
Finally, some Global Labs notes for Biohack, dude. You're gonna get a daily to get some eggs. Biohack, you excited?
Oh shit! The eggs,
Yeah,
like
dude.
like cooking eggs.
Yeah, it says in the
Yeah,
morning they
cooking
start to
eggs.
escape from the Bartali farm. A new repeat quest, Escaped Chickens, has been added. You can receive and complete repeated quests every 4 hours through Emma Bartali at Bartali Farm. In the morning, the Black Desert World Time, 10 chickens escape from the chicken coop at Bartali Farm. The escaped chicken is very timid and feels threatened when approaching it and easily escapes. If you sit and approach it, wait at a certain distance, the chicken will lay eggs and run away. Eggs can be obtained through the interaction. There's a chance to obtain a golden egg. Earned eggs can be exchanged for eggs to Emma Bartali. So 1 normal fresh egg exchanged for 40 eggs. 1 golden egg is 250 eggs. He lays eggs twice, cannot run anymore due to his full strength. At that time, you can capture and take it to Emma Bartali to complete a quest that gives you 200 eggs and 100 contribution EXP. Are eggs hard to get?
I think that's pretty cool in concept. I just don't know if it's enough eggs to be worth it. But yeah, eggs are super sold out of.
There's 5,900 listed right now, dude. Go buy your eggs.
Oh shit! I guess you're right. They're not sold out anymore. They used to have tons of pre-orders on them, didn't they?
Dude, everyone.
If you look at the
Now-
3-month tab, they've been max priced. They were max priced for like a couple of months.
Everyone
Now that you just
sold
said
them.
that, they are now gone.
Are they?
No, I'm just fucking.
Oh no, they're still there, dude. Maybe everyone started selling them because they saw this and were like scared of the price was gonna plummet. Trying to unload
Probably.
now.
Oh yeah, that chicken daily is gonna real crash the price.
It's 200 eggs, dude. 250 if you get a golden egg.
250 eggs? What?
450 because you get 200 anyways, right?
I want to see a
Oh,
Biohack
yeah.
24-hour stream where you're just chasing chickens around.
Oh my gosh. It's the new fucking meta. It's what you should be doing. Literally just promote it. Just promote it.
I
all
do
day.
like the concept of it though. Like it'd be interesting if they had like a daily or like an event type thing where it was worth doing to get like random life skilling resources. That would be kind of interesting.
Yeah. No, it's not a bad idea at all. But yeah, like an event like you said, that something that everyone can like go do, and it's like this obviously you would want a larger amount of supply, but that'd be pretty cool as an event type thing.
They also added controller support for Nayashe, where you can do the little wheel. You use the joystick, you can swap between your inventory and stuff with the little wheel that the console has. So congratulations, Nayashe, on that. All classes, here we go. They added a nerf to
Context
pets.
for anyone, I don't use a damn console controller.
Yeah, he uses a GameCube controller. He's lying.
Oh my god.
The basic attack power of all summons, summoned by all characters has been set to not exceed the summoner's attack power. In order to control a pet, the pet's attack power must be equal to the pet's basic attack power for the pet to be 100% efficient. Example, Gore's basic attack power is 100. If the Notation damage of the witch is 50. Gore's damage is also limited to 50, and the damage of the servitor gore is applied only when notation damage location is 100 or higher. So all this is if you're sub 100 AP, your pets are going to do less damage. That's the
Were
TLDR.
people running around with like no gear on?
I guess.
You-
The thing is that's weird though is like even evasion, like full on like evasion builds, you still have like a close to 100 AP, don't you? If not over. Like even if you're like a full on DP meme build.
Oh, I meant like actually taking their gear off.
Even if you're full DP build, I'm pretty sure you still have like 110 or 120 AP.
Yeah.
I mean, you have more than that just in your weapon, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
Like, there's no evasion main hand you could run. I don't think.
Nope. You can run that one that gives you AP in the rain. That'd be kind of cool.
By the way,
No, wrong. No AP loss in the rain.
No AP loss in the rain. Don't forget you lose 5 AP when it's raining. So if you can't go biohack, that's probably why.
30 minutes still available, by the way.
Okay, so the skill add-on change is actually really, really, really cool. So skill add-ons have been changed so that a total of 6 skills can be selected regardless of succession or awakening. So what this means now is if you are a Nova and you don't use your pre-awakening at all, you can put an add-on on 6 awakening abilities. Or if you are a Kuno and you grind an awakening or whatever, you can put skill add-ons on 6 awakening abilities instead of having to use the pre-awakened ones. Conversely,
if you're shy, you can actually have 6 add-ons now.
Conversely, you can also just use 6 pre-awakening skills as well if you don't want add-ons on your awakening. Depending on your kit and whatever benefits you, you're not forced to have 3 pre-awakened, 3 awakening. You can have just 6. Does Nova even have 6 awakened abilities? No, it doesn't.
Oh man,
it doesn't. Yeah. So that's actually a really, really good change, and I think super nice because some classes.
There's a lot of awakening kits that can benefit from that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
That'll be cool. On Awakened Kuno for me, grinding I think will be kind of nice with that.
Wait, Archer's one too. Archer doesn't have a succession, so is there a lot of like really good Archer awakening skills that you would want to add on?
There's a few Archer awakened skills that are worth using, or pre-awakened skills that are worth using. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not though. It would just depend. I'd have to look at the add-ons. There might be some other stuff in the awakening kit that would be better than the pre-awakened kit. But he does use his pre-awakened kit a decent bit for sure.
Yeah, Archer is designed to pretty well go between his awakening and pre-awakening a lot.
Oh yeah, they were literally the only class that was released with its awakening, right?
In quotes. It still was like a half awakening.
Yeah, but
yeah.
It was definitely unique.
Nova got its BSR skills. It's 10, 25, and 50%. On the skills Royal Fencing Remise, Swooping Ring, and Stars Call. Most of them are just like damage buff, I believe, and then the same like 20 AP for 10 seconds or whatever. I don't know. The other thing too is I think the Stars Call got a knockdown. What?
Is it gonna fix the class?
Well, I mean, I'm just waiting. The BSRs I don't think really change that much, except you can knock people off horses. Some people use BSRs for combos. A lot of classes don't. So maybe for like 1v1, I guess. I think most people, she actually has a pretty good 100%. So I think you'd be better off using the alt in like a Node War and stuff.
I don't think I've actually seen her 100.
Yeah, it's her shift Q. It actually hits, if you're buffed up, it actually hits quite hard, especially if you get them in the vacuum. They can't get out. And then you just do the entire ult in their face. Yeah, but she's kind of waiting for her Rabombs is kind of where we're at with that. Yeah, she got buffed this week too, so she got a little bit of a attack range on some of her S skills, SLMB, SF.
Movement change, right?
A movement change?
No, that was live patch, never mind.
And randomly, to Reslar's dismay, they gave her another vacuum. Did you know that, Reslar?
I did know that.
Yeah, so in when she's in on guard stance, her shift L and B ability has a vacuum during the second half of the ability.
It's not as powerful as the other one.
No, not
Pretty
at all.
niche.
It's not. I don't know why they even added it. Everyone that plays the
It
class
pretty much
wishes that
pretty much that skill only vacuums you if they hit you with it, essentially. And it's pretty fucking easy to not get hit by it, in all honesty. 'Cause that skill is ass.
I mean, so is the current vacuum.
Me and Mina were talking about it, and we are like, what the fuck even is the point of this skill? Like, it basically the only thing it's good for is that it's SA. Because, like, it doesn't do damage, it doesn't CC, it's long-ass fucking animation.
That skill
It seems really bad.
The damage one? That's an actually frontal guard, not an SA.
Or frontal, yeah, sorry.
But
like, it seems like just a fucking useless skill. Mina pointed out, he says he thinks that it feels like a skill that really needs a flow, which I agree with, actually.
They also gave it a little bit of sustain. The HP I still think is really shit. It's 25 HP per hit on lunge and 15 per hit on fletch. The only part of the sustain that's actually really good is the SP on SL and B is pretty good. You get 35 back per hit, and it has kind of a lot of hits, and that skill is actually usable, so you can keep your SP up now really easily, but the HP sustain still is quite bad. I mean, it doesn't matter that much because, you know, most people grind with Frenzy or using pots anyway, but at least it has something. So it does mitigate you having to spam 200 pots when you're grinding if you're low DP, but yeah.
Oh, no ranger status?
Give more HP on hit the succession. We need it more than Awakening does.
It's still crazy that Succession doesn't have like more frontal guard skills.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
More than 0?
Yeah.
Yeah. The suck got a few changes. The biggest is the movement. Now so Icy Fog, the flow to Icy Fog after you like use Shift W or forward E and hold it is you now go the full distance. Still costs an insane amount of stamina. And they did fix the down attack on Shift R and B, so that skill actually does feel like it hits a little bit harder in PvP. My opinion, though, I think that Shift Q and Shift C are lacking damage a lot in PvE and PvP for how long the cooldowns are and how slow the animations are. Also, just how epic both those skills look. It's like kind of disappointing that they do so low damage.
Wait, what was Shift C?
Shift C is Frozen Earth. The one that used to be Hotbar.
Oh, and Succession?
Yeah, the Succession one.
Oh, I thought you were talking about an Awakening. I was like, I don't remember a Shift C in Awakening.
No, yeah, in Succession.
Yeah. I've been doing a lot of season Arsha PvP with Succession Nova.
Mm-hmm.
And like the biggest thing to me is that when you get slowed on this class, you're fucking dead. So like occasionally I'll run up against somebody who has PvP add-ons on their skills and it slows. And there's literally like you can't fucking do anything. It's so fucking miserable whenever you get slowed on this class.
That's what I do. I just put a minus 50% movement slow and Awakening can't do anything. It literally it's pretty bad. Like it's bad
really fucking bad.
It's bad on Blader type classes like Musamewa. I hate it. But at least I have some stuff I can do. You guys are just literally just getting beat on like training dummies when you're slowed.
Yeah, it's awful. And with no like, not to pick on Guardian or anything, except fuck you, your class is broken. Like Guardian gets slowed if they really want to. They can basically almost reset the fight by just iframing, flying away.
They can basically do their own version of Fire Angel disengage, except it's iframe.
Yeah, except for its iframe, exactly. Whereas Nova's just sitting there like, oh no.
Yep.
It's really bad.
Yeah, you can eat up a lot of that debuff time with that disengage. Whereas you
also, I'm gonna keep saying this every week until either I forget or it happens. There needs to be the movement and the grapple need to be separated. Because you get punished so fucking hard for missing the grapple. It's really annoying.
You should fight. I got to experience fighting an Awakened Lawn with Succession and Awakening Nova. Oh my god, dude. your grab is a free win for the lawn, like 100% of the time.
Is it really that bad?
Dude,
the
it
grab
runs
is really
you
bad.
into their arms, dude. When you fail that grab,
Yeah.
which is hard to land one on a lawn, it just runs you right into their arms, and it's like impossible to get out.
Man.
Because everyone thinks, like, I think because the grab has some range to it, everyone thinks it's like lawns. You have to be pinpoint fucking accurate with that fucking crosshair
Yeah,
to
it's
grab
not
them.
near as bad as lawns at all.
No, it's not an AoE like lawns. So, like, the fact that if you're not pinpoint fucking accurate with the grab, it forces you to do this stupid fucking run animation, which is frontal guard. It's not even SA, it's frontal guard, so you can just go behind him and CC him. If you have a grab, you can literally just grab him because you can't cancel out of it or anything. It's so fucking bad. It's actually the worst fucking thing ever. Like, legitimately.
Yeah, like some people point out, they also removed the mouse movement on it because that actually was one way to stay safe, is you can mouse move back. Now there's a weird, you can only mouse move right at the very, very beginning and the very, very end, whereas before you could mouse move at any point and kind of stay away, so it's kind of weird. I don't know.
I noticed they removed a lot of mouse move potential. I don't know if it's in Succession or just in general, but like, you used to be able to mouse move like your Shift F. You can't do it anymore. You used to be able to mouse move, I think it was your Shift right click. You can't do it now. Like, they removed a bunch of mouse movement, which, again, for a class that's like incredibly slow. Like, I was trying to fight I think it was a Kuno the other day on Season Arsha. And like, no, it was a hash. Sorry, it was a hash. And I literally was hitting him with 1 out of every 7 skills because he just kept moving sideways, and I couldn't fucking hit him because my skills are so goddamn slow. Like, it was insane.
Yeah. Selfishly, I just want its PvE to be improved a little bit. I don't know why people keep saying its PvE is top tier. It's not. It's just not. If it was like as good as just Awaken Guardian, would be kind of cool because it's a really chilled grind. Like I love how Succession. Now it's Awaken PvE is good. I think its Awaken PvE is like pretty decent. But the suck is not. Partly because its pulling is really bad. But also its damage just isn't that great. But it's a really chill grind, and I love the animation, so I would like to just grind on it, honestly.
Yeah, it's visually pleasing. It'll make the grind go a little bit, mentally
Dude.
smoother.
Gargoyle's so cool looking, man. Biohack.
Also, grinding on Succession without infinite HP pot is miserable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Biohack, have you played Nova at all? Or do you have any interest
I
in
played her. Yeah, I played her a little bit. I mean, I got her up to 61, mostly by dummy training, but playing her a little bit. Yeah, she's all right.
have you fought one that got you past 30% HP?
it?
No, I haven't really fought any that were a threat.
Oh, damn.
That's too bad, dude. They'll get you, dude. They'll get you one day. We'll see. I think, they always get changed. These new classes always get changes. So
yeah, they always become the next flavor of the month in some form or fashion.
yeah, we'll
Give
see.
them a few weeks.
I'm
What's
surprised
funny-
they didn't make her block like super broken like Guardian.
Yep, me too. Like her block is one of the strongest in the game initially, but then they just don't utilize it at all in any of the pre-awakened skills or succession skills. It's crazy.
Well, I think the biggest difference to me between Guardian and Nova, which it's funny because Nova, it would actually really go a long way towards fixing Succession Nova, is the whole slowing on every hit and healing on every hit that Guardian has.
Yep, and then
Like,
you have ice skills with none of that.
Yeah, if Nova had slowing and healing on every single hit on every single ability, we would be having a very different discussion right now.
Yeah. There's part of me that
would be pretty impressive.
just for the fun of the class, instead of them buffing damage and suck, I would love if they just sped up her succession even more. Because if she was a little bit faster, I think she'd feel really fun.
Well, she'd feel smoother transitioning into skills, yeah. Right now, she kind of looks really clunky.
Dude, the ice is so epic looking, though. It looks so good.
They did do a good job on that.
Yeah. All right, I think that's it with the Nova. We're just gonna get some buffs. We're gonna do a.
The great part is, though, that it may be weak, but at least it's still the better ice class, right?
I actually don't agree with that, but yeah.
I disagree
Fuck
with that,
around.
honestly.
She's
I
not
just-
better than, no, she's not better than Maywa, dude. No way.
I gotta trigger all
No
my
bust.
weak Maywas in chat. That's all.
All right, so
yeah.
are we comments? Is that everything?
Yeah, we're comments, dude. That's it. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about before we get to the comments, let me know.
I think we covered
Anything you wanna
everything.
anything you wanna ask us, Biohack? Anything you want to talk about?
Not in particular. I think we covered pretty much everything.
I have a question, Biohack.
Yeah.
So, probably years ago at this point, I don't remember exactly how long ago, but we used to talk about having you come on the show and talk to us about trading, if I remember correctly. And I don't think we ever ended up even asking you to come on the show and talk about it. But I remember at the time, people were like, the richest man in the game was Blade Boquest. And so I just gotta ask: Have you ever had 2 workers on one node?
No, I can't say that I have. I had like every single crate workshop in the game, like pretty much for a while. It was ridiculous. I was making like 100,000 crates a day.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
What do they
That's
need
when I was trying to push for Guru.
what do they need to do to trading to make you start doing it again? Like what could they do reasonably to buff it but not make it like overpowered?
Me? I don't think they should be trying to make content good enough for me to want to do it.
No, not for well, yeah, but you know what I mean. Like no one
But,
really
like,
does
for regular-
trading. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think
You were literally at the precipice of what they build the game towards.
I feel like to make trading decent, they need to buff nodes a lot and make nodes better. Like the plywood node or the timber nodes need to give like 10 times the amount of materials. If they gave a lot more materials, then the value of those materials would be lower and they would be more worth to turn into crates. There would be like a greater gap. And it would help by making the nodes better. I think that's probably one of the old things. I don't know if you guys know this, but they've like totally scuffed trading and like have this massive exploit in the game that they just haven't fixed. They were like the trading coupons disabled. Essentially, you could like merge your traders together with multiple characters to
Right.
like get way more trade levels than you wanted. That's why coupons are disabled right now, and it's been like that for like 3 months, and they haven't reverted the people who did it or like really addressed it at all. It's pretty bullshit.
So
Like,
this
they
was
don't-
like an exploit that people did?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much people did it on purpose, but basically the way they coded the trade XP in this game is like pants on head, absolutely ridiculous. Like you get more XP up to a certain trade level, and then you get less XP for each thing after that trade level. So like the reason trading is super, super hard to level is because you're getting very little XP, not because the XP requirements are actually hard. And then the way they coded it when you merge, it just adds all your XP together. So you can see that like by leveling up a bunch of characters to low trade levels and then merging them together, you get way more XP than by actually turning in all your crates on one character. So people were able to abuse that to get like Guru 50 trading. And then they disabled it, but they left those trade levels the same. They never reverted them or anything. So trading is a massive mess right now.
Damn.
Like there's people who
Crazy.
could have boosted their trade level up to like impossible levels and be making a shit ton of money on all the materials, buying materials off the market shit. I don't know if anyone's doing that, but they could be, and they're just ignoring it right now.
Do you take any responsibility for this, being that people just wanted to pass you?
Being this
I haven't
mountain of
really
a
even
hurdle.
done trading anymore. Like Garoshi has the highest trading level. He has for a while, and he would like did some testing of this back in the day. But yeah, I don't know why people are doing it.
Yeah.
Because it's
Well,
but it's
something they
pretty
can
silly,
Fucking
yeah.
exploit.
Someone in chat is
People love to do something
pointing out,
crazy like that.
would it be interesting to just change, like revamp trading altogether and make it kind of like bartering, but on land, like with a wagon or something?
Yeah, I mean, bartering shouldn't be a skill. Bartering is just sea trading. They should have made bartering the same ability. They should have just rolled bartering into trading, and then we wouldn't be having this discussion anymore. There's really no reason for bartering to be a separate life skill. But yeah, they could basically do the same thing with trading NPC trading and turn it into bartering on lands, which I think would be good. It wouldn't change crates at all, but it would make the life skill not useless.
Yeah. All right. Anything else, Rez? You got anything else?
No, I think that's everything.
When I first started playing the game, I remember like people were trading and they had like elephants. Remember there were people that were trading and using the elephant.
Mhm.
And I thought like that's so cool. Like you don't even have to like do anything. You just go to the one NPC and move it over to the other. I had no idea that it was not actually like
This
that.
involved.
Dude, whenever I first started playing this game, on day 2 of the game being out, I found out that you could make money just by going from one NPC to the other, and I spent hours doing that. I got myself a wagon. I would go buy stuff in Heidel and then run it over to Calpheon, and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and I made like 100 silver an hour, and it was amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Dude,
Yeah,
I
pretty
also
much.
thought I like read
It's
the
all about that
investment.
efficiency, though, right?
I read the investment bank thing too, and I wish that was kind of a thing that wasn't just for
Yeah, I'm
house
surprised they didn't really turn that
point
into
people,
anything.
because it sounds fun. Like if it was a little bit of
Yeah.
a gamble, it would be actually kind of fun. Anyway, all right, on to the comments. Biohack, you are absolutely welcome to stay for the comments. It's not super long. It's like 10 minutes.
I was going to mention actually, my girlfriend needs to interview somebody, so I actually have to.
Alrighty,
go.
perfect.
So this sounds like a good time for me to dip out.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your time, man. Where can people find you?
Oh yeah, twitch.tv/biohack TV, and then on YouTube as well. I make some YouTube videos every once in a while. But yeah, I stream pretty much every day, usually around 5 p.m. PST on the weekdays and earlier in the afternoon on the weekends. Yeah, I'll probably be live tomorrow.
All right, cool. And he can also he'll read you Odalita bedtime stories on his YouTube channel.
That's right.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on, man. It was awesome. I appreciate
Thank you,
your
Biohack.
your
Yeah,
time.
appreciate it.
Thanks for letting
thanks for having me.
Nayashi damage test on you and convincing him to swap. We appreciate
Oh,
You know,
my
probably
gosh.
could have killed me if he had a Zarka. He probably could have done it. He got pretty
Oh
close.
my gosh.
it.
All right,
man.
guys.
All right, man. Take it easy.
I'll talk to you later. Have a good one.
See.
Biohack, everybody. All right. Vesper BR. For anyone who does not know or is new to the show or just joining us for the first time, we do read the comments from the previous episode on the YouTube video every single week. So if you want to drop us a comment or complain or correct us on something we said wrong or make fun of Nayashi, feel free to do so. All right. Starting with Vesper BR. He says, hey, first. He also says, I want to comment about Nova Awakening, but I'm going to watch the video first. So I'm going to go through here and really make sure. Yep, he never commented again. That was it. Nunya says, yeah, people in Arsha are weird. Like for DI, you not see the red mark for Arsha and the thing that says PvP when switch servers or load into the game and pick the server to go in. And he's making fun of the people that don't realize Arsha is a PvP server.
Yeah.
Ochacha says, the thing with WQ isn't only that it needs to be usable without on guard, it needs to be its own skill. Q plus W is just swooping ring still, but oddly enough, it has a separate cooldown from swooping and on guard, which is a weird part about it. Yeah, and it actually does damage, because swooping ring right now does no damage. So it'd be kind of nice to have a nice, like, fat AoE skill that does damage. That's, like, probably all it's really missing.
Why does swooping ring sound like the lamest skill that has ever been created?
Yeah, it reminds me of, I don't know why it reminds me of whooping cough when I hear it.
Whooping cough?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't sound good or healthy in any way, shape, or form. All right, so Fitzgood says, speaking of the hard counter to assassin classes and resistances, that just means those assassin classes have to build ignore resist. Yeah, I wish that was a thing you could actually build. I would just build it. If I could build 100% ignore resist to deal with the knockdown resist, yeah, I would do it.
Not 100, but yeah, you can get some, but not near as enough. And it's only to specific ones. Like, you can get enough to get to like minus 50% to everything. I think 53 to everything. But then if you want to go beyond that, you have to do the offhand crystals, and that only gets you another 20% ignore at most.
Yeah.
That's whatever.
Yeah, if they added more ignore resistance crystals, like someone was asking me.
I'm surprised they didn't do that with the new shop crystals with no wars that they're bringing out.
Yeah, well,
You
someone
know?
was saying if you had an option, let's say they made it so you could put a Garmoth heart in your main hand, right?
Yeah.
Just hypothetically speaking.
Which they'll probably do.
Which they'll probably
well,
do, but what if there was
probably.
like two options? You can do Garmoth heart with, I don't know, you mix it with some other item, so that way it has a different effect when you put it in. But your options are either A, you get something along the lines of like 1 to 5% special attack damage, 1 AP and 2 accuracy and whatever. I don't know. Just something like a Garment, something good, kind of like the ones we have now. And then the other option is you don't get any of that, no damage boost, no extra benefits. The only thing you get is 15%. No, 15% ignore all resist.
Oh, flat 15%?
Yeah. What would you rather have? Something that's going to boost your damage or that ignore all resist for that?
Ignore resist.
I think just make that available for trial characters and we solved all our problems.
Well, that and precisions, please.
Yeah. But no, I think the 15% ignore is kind of too big to pass up on, sadly.
Even if it
Like,
was something like all AP plus 10 and 1% attack cast speed versus 15% ignore all resist, which one would
This
you
isn't
choose?
sheet AP, right? This is hidden AP?
No, hidden AP, yeah.
Yeah, ignore
I mean-
resist for sure.
I mean, for PvE, yeah, but for PvP, the ignore is kind of like it's the same kind of argument that you always try to use versus me when I'm talking about the often thing. Like you can always build more AP, right? So you don't need that extra AP, right? Is that what we're going with here?
That's what we're going with.
All right. So I mean, I don't know. The 15% ignore, that's pretty huge, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's massive. And for all the classes out there right now that are suffering due to adamantite gems, I'm pretty sure they would love that. No raid notification.
Ian has a timestamp, says Lamau. Thank you for that. I'll check that out off stream. Calahad says, I think the Irelia A you are thinking of is Hashashin's suck skill binding spirals. Throws a tornado out left and right and then stiffens what's in the middle. But I think what Nyash and Reslar were saying is more is like those two spiral tornadoes would stay in place, and if you walk between them, you get CC'd, right?
Yeah, it would be like if you threw out the two tornadoes as like separately, so it's not like a one skill. It's like you throw one and then you throw out the other, and then you can like reactivate it or use some other skill in order to force them to collide at the specific time that you want them to collide. That would be more akin to what we're talking about.
Vel, by the way, is up in 6 minutes. Make sure you get into your plats. I got to get into a plat real quick. Sterling Archer says the vacuum is so long. The only thing I can do to escape it is on an 18-second cooldown and no S block. What class is that? What has an 18-second cooldown escape with no S block?
What has no S block? Ranger? Suck Ranger?
Ranger.
I don't know the iframes on that class.
I don't think they have an 18-second skill that would get them out. So not Ranger.
Who else doesn't have an S block?
Not Tamer, not
it
Ninja.
wouldn't be
Are we
Ninja
talking about
'cause-
classes or kits? Because some kits do and some kits don't.
What would Ninja...
Ninja has a shorter iframe than 18 seconds, so it can't be Succession Ninja.
Yeah, it can't be Ninja.
What doesn't have S blocks?
Oh,
That's the easiest way to
maybe it
figure
wasn't
out
Ninja because
first.
he's talking about block jump. That's not the only way out of it, though. But yeah, it must be a
Succession doesn't
Ninja.
have an S block.
Yeah.
Musa Succession doesn't have an S block.
Oh,
Musa
Musa
Awakening
Succession?
Yeah, they don't have an S block. Musa Awakening doesn't exactly have an S block, but yet does at the same time.
Does Hash Awakening have an S block?
No, he's talking about Ninja. I just said he's talking about block jump. He's saying the only way out is block jump. I guess. I think.
But Ninja has Ghost Step.
Well, Ghost Step doesn't necessarily get you out, but you can, even on Succession Ninja, you just take some practice. You can scoot to the edge of the vacuum and then iframe out. You can do it, even without block jump. But yeah, Ghost Step is half SA, which is why it still keeps you in a little bit. Shit, dude. my guild changed the channel that we're on today, so now I do not have a plat. I'm on cooldown now. Fuck. Okay, moving on. Mineria says you can actually escape Mystic Vacuum with Nocturne on DK if you have time and position it right. It's epic.
By the way, 5 minutes till Val.
I'm on Val 3. Novella. Genesis Johnson says, couldn't agree more with Frosty. I was saying the same thing in a game a few days ago about the Pen Blackstar armor. I sold mine after building a 186 fail stack going for Tet. If when converted, it immediately jumped a level or two into Dead God, sure, but the astronomical large cost is a noob trap for sure.
Noob trap.
Oh, Mavella, I got a plat. But let me invite you anyway, so we have both. Just PM me and I'll send you an invite. Tahomey or Sterling Archer has a timestamp as well. And I'll check that off stream. Tom Mahomey says, hey, Suckwiz, not that OP. My guildmate close friend who rolled to it over a month ago just won overall in our mini guild 1v1 tournament, Lamau. We were 20 participants in all. Insert sarcasm because I might get flamed in comments here. Thanks for another great podcast. Again, guys, really chips off 3 to 4 hours of my 10-hour daily grind. Heart.
Glad you enjoy, man.
Yeah. And yeah, no, Wizards, it's bad in 1v1, dude. I don't know how it won a 1v1 tournament. It's crazy. Ziegel said, I love Nyashi's new tagline. That's toxic. Yeah.
Is that his new tagline?
Is it?
I feel like his new tagline is "There's nothing wrong with Ofen."
No, dude, he's been singing the kid song, dude, the apples and banana song. He likes to oaf, and N is nover. That's how he says it, dude. He doesn't know how to pronounce it. The poor guy, dude. Poor Nash. Florida's hard.
Florida's hard, man.
Moonman says the self-imposed duel for spot that most players partake in game is really frustrating for people just trying to progress. I personally don't duel for spot people because they are the most disadvantaged, and you have all the advantage. They have loot scrolls ticking, frenzy draft most likely, seafood meal, PvE crons. I don't know why you're grinding with seafood meal. You're crazy.
Yeah, why you got seafood meal going?
PvE add-on.
We got other questions.
Well, you can fully be ready for PvP. Now, I know all these things don't have a massive effect on a win for a duel for spot, but it's still just kind of shitty to bump someone out of a spot because you're too lazy to find an open rotation or grind in another way in game. I
feel like most of the time, if you have a loot scroll going, if you tell them, like, hey, I have a loot scroll going, can you just come back in like 40 minutes and we can do this? Most of the time,
if people have like 15 or less, I let them finish as long as they're okay with me coming to either duel for spot or take the spot. That's fine. I will usually be okay with that. It depends on my mood though, but
yeah,
99% of the time I will be okay with like letting them finish. But if they sit there and tell me like 40 minutes to like 2 hours or something like that, which is very common, yeah, fuck no, sorry, you don't own the spot, dude. So I'm gonna duel for spot. And that's just how that's going to be.
I'm going to be real. 9 times out of 10, when people ask me to duel for spot, I'll be like, I just popped a loot scroll, man. Can we not do this? And they'll just leave. And sometimes I don't even have a loot scroll running. I'll just lie.
I mean, loot scrolls are just so common. Everyone's running them. So I honestly just, I don't consider it something special. Like, if you don't have a loot scroll running, you're literally ending your grind.
Whenever I hear about this conversation, I just, not to toot my own horn, but I am just the nicest person that plays this game. Like, legit. Just straight up, because I never ask anyone to duel for spot. It's so rare. The only time I will is if I'm like, I already channel swapped like 3 times, and I'm just like, all right, dude, I can't. Like, then I will, but that's pretty rare that happens. And whenever someone asks me to duel for spot, I always oblige. Like 90% of the time I oblige, unless it's like a J scroll or something like that.
Matter of fact, that's when people come up and ask me how long are you grinding for, I just said you can duel for spot. I don't even bother telling them because it doesn't make a difference. You're either gonna duel for spot me or you're not. Like if it's like a situation where I plan on like getting off in 5 minutes,
that doesn't make a difference though.
How does it make a difference? It makes no difference.
Because if you're going to be getting off in 10 minutes, why are they going to bother trying to fight you for the spot when the spot's going to be
that's
open
what
in 10
I
minutes?
was
They'll
getting
just
up to
wait.
that. I was getting up to that. If I have like 5 to 10 minutes left, I'll
Yeah.
probably let them know that. But if I'm going to be grinding for 30 minutes, I'm not going to bother even going through just telling them how long I'm going to be. Just you either duel for spot or you don't.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's a weird. People are super passionate about it. It's hard because it's hard to find. The problem is right now is Starzen and Sakrea are the two main spots unless you have a group for Turos. If your friends aren't on for Turos, you're like forced to grind these two spots and they're overly contested. And we basically need the Hadoon server and some of these older spots to be revamped like ASAP because it's crowded as shit. Especially during these drop events and with the J scrolls and the old moon scrolls and everything they keep adding. It's just it's just way too contested.
Yeah, and in reference to that comment, where they say people are too lazy to find a spot. I mean, I would argue that, like they've learned how to play their class and whatnot. I mean, not to sound like abrasive or anything, but it's kind of lazy for you to not understand how to, defend your own spot and play your class to be effective versus anyone. I mean, like that's the same argument could be said there. Like
I kind of get what
part
he's
of
saying.
this game.
I get what he's saying to an extent, though. Like, if you can at least swap one time just to check and see if another channel is open.
Right.
Like, if you swapped and there's someone also in this spot, then I get it. Yeah, duel for spot. But, like, if you're just like, no, this is my channel that I like grinding on, it's like, dude, you could at least go check another channel so we don't both have to waste our fucking time doing this. But, like, if you've already channel swapped and, like, I'm on cooldown, so it's either duel for spot or wait 15 minutes, I get duel for spot at that point.
Yeah, I just don't entertain any of it. It's for you have to hold it. You fight to hold it, and that's it. Like if they're the better player, they have more gear. I'm not gonna fucking sit there and complain about it.
I'm smashed. I have the words duel for spot banned in chat. So you can't even see it.
Then they get flagged up on.
I do have a couple of particular personal rules. If I go, because I'm so nice, if I go up to you and ask you how long and you ignore me 4 or 5 times when literally all you have to say is how long you have, I'm probably going to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll like follow and be like, don't ignore me, man. I'm just trying to find out how long you have. And then they ignore me and then I'm like I don't want to have to do this. This is for your own good.
You kind of feel the need to because
you're being very rude.
You're obviously ignoring me for the intent and purpose of just wanting me to go away. So now I'm not going to go away, and I'm going to make your grind miserable.
The other thing I can't stand is if someone asks me to duel for spot and I oblige and I win, and then you grief my spot, you are a horrible human being.
Yeah,
you're just a bad person, dude.
I think my favorite like grind spot like thing that happens is when people occasionally dip into your rotation, and so you're like one time it's like okay it's whatever, maybe they're just passing through. It happens again, you're like all right, I'm keeping an eye on you now. You better not let this happen again. And it happens the third time, you're like all right, you gotta die now. You're done. Get out of my spot. Stop taking my shit. You're scuffing my rotation. No way this
is okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in reference to what you said, Frosty, where someone doesn't want to leave even after they lost, like that's when you flag up, kill them, and the new sheriff comes to fuck with you.
Dude, I hate too when they don't leave and they grief you and they say it's because you're hacking or something dumb like that, and it's just oh my god,
you literally cheated.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait, bro, did you just use BSR on me in this fucking duel for spot, bro?
Dude, you know what is embarrassing too is always like if I do lose one of the duels, it's pretty rare that I like actually lose the duel for spot, but if I lose one of the fights, it's usually a best of 3. I always like just habit open world. I always V and they always shit talk me, but I'm always like, no, you can have the win. Like it's just muscle memory, like Ving in open world. And I'm like, all right, you got this 1-0. And then they'll question mark me and be like, LOL, did you actually fucking V? And I'm like, I mean, yeah, I gave you the win, dude. What more do you want from me?
Yeah. When people fucking try to like, talk shit like, oh my god, you V, but you still like you gave them the win regardless without even an argument. It's just like, dude. It's open world. It's fucking reflex. Get over it.
I tried to open my bundle without you guys because you guys are bad luck and I didn't get shit. I'm gonna count you both down. I'm gonna count you both down. You ready?
I'm gonna get this fucking Velhart right here now.
Let me know when you guys are ready.
I didn't go.
Oh, you didn't go? Why do you keep doing that? Put an ult out
Wait,
there.
hold on. This happened last time.
Oh, Nayashe about to get a heart?
This is
there we go.
Wait, hold on. I gotta sacrifice.
You gotta sacrifice what? Your wallet?
Nola and my guild got a heart. You gotta buy
guy.
pearls. Go buy pearls before you open the bundle. Quick.
Buy pearls before you open it, dude.
All right, hold on. Oh no, I already bought pearls today.
They're having a sick artisan event. Quick.
I almost killed the guy. I didn't get him. Feels bad. All right. Hold on. Let me get on this rock here. No, let's get on the big rock. We got to get on the big dick rock. Oh. Can I get up here?
Nola's carried. He got another heart. He's gotten like 7 already.
Nola? Oh
Yeah,
my
dude.
god.
Fucking Nola, dude.
What a fucking hacker. How do I get up on this rock?
Nayashe, open your goddamn bundle. All right, I'm reading the next comment. Nayashe.
Oh no! All right, fine. I'm opening it up. Oh wait, shit! The guy came back. Hold on, I gotta sacrifice.
Oh my god!
It's not a Zerker, I swear.
The thing is,
just go ahead and start the next comment.
The thing is Nayashe tells me every day about how Meiwas are completely helpless, and yeah, he's gonna go kill somebody. I never understand it. Moonman, let me read the rest of Moonman's comment while Nayashe's getting ready because I only got halfway through. He says, there is something to be said about enjoying the PvP in the game and fighting people because that's literally the point of grinding so you can get gear. But, I don't know. To me, it just seems scummy to fuck with people when they're trying to grind. We all hate being attacked or duel for spot, especially with J old moon scrolls running. Hopefully, the change I heard about where you can turn on off the loot scrolls, etc. like Agris comes out soon because then, yeah, fuck duel for spot. You just fight people and they can turn off their loot scrolls if need be. Nothing is wasted. Also, have you ever duel for spot a guildmate? Why or why not? I dropped guild and flag. No, I've no. I mean, I have. I mean, if someone asks, I don't care. Whatever. It's I'll duel for spot. I guess a guildmate. It's just normally they don't even ask because it's kind of like, nah,
it's your guild. Yeah,
that should tell you something about how we deep down feel about duel for spot, though. If you're not going to ask a guildie and duel for spot's totally okay, why are you not going to ask the guildie? You know what I mean?
Well, because you want to be nice to your guildie, and you don't want to take the chance of taking that away from them.
I want to be nice to everybody, okay? They're all my guild.
Doubt.
They're all my babies.
Doubt.
Are you opening the bundle, Nayashe? What's happening?
Oh, I'm fighting this guy.
Oh my god. Dr. Mahara says,
reading.
as Reslar said, the fucking moving forward on misgrab needs to be fixed, and the grab cooldown should be brought down to 12 seconds maybe. Awakening right now seems a little incomplete without core skills and bombs. Once we get core and essay on comment, like it's like a guaranteed. Nova will be a better version of core sin splitter or spiral torpedo that is very strong, protected, engaged. Awakening will be solid after that. It's actually not bad right now once people figure out how to stay always protected after each movement ability by using skills like SF, SL, and B. I mean S plus F after a forward dash and look for a window to use riposte for CC. Awakening super fun. Of all the PvP videos I've seen, Aliesto has one of the best Awakening Nova PvP videos. He seems to have got how to use the class properly. Yeah, I mean in 1v1, sure. It's just in large scale, like, nah, it's just... SF and SLMB is just a you standing there and dying. That's what that is. But, yeah, I think the core skills and bombs will help. I don't think the cooldown on grab needs to be brought down. I think the 15 seconds is fine, but it being separate would be kind of nice. All right, Nash, you ready?
It needs to be separated.
This guy keeps rezzing.
Just open your goddamn bundle.
I did.
Just keep reading.
Did you get it?
No, I didn't get shit.
You're a loser.
No, I didn't
Two
get
Clash
shit.
members too now.
Kenichi Sai says, now that you guys enhance on podcasts, I want that to be a thing at least once a month, maybe even get one of your guests to join in the enhancing easy content. Yeah, we might do it. Once a month's not bad. We could do once a month little enhancement session. I don't know if Reslar has 500 mil a month, though, is the one thing.
Yeah, that's a little...
It's asking a lot, you know?
That's a lot of my That's a lot, if not most, if not all of my income, my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like you constantly change that. That's a lot, if not all of my income.
Abraxas KB says white would be really cool for her awakening skills. White animation colors, yeah. Daz says willing to bet Suck Nova's damage issues related to pet damage and pet scaling, as I keep hearing people that she way overperforms with a low gear score and underperforms with a lot with high gear score. It's also weird how Shift plus E was promoted in the Wake Suck teaser, but it didn't get a Prime version. Yeah. I mean, the low damage isn't related to the pet because it's just that the base skills like don't do enough damage. It's not really related to the pet in any way. It's like the actual Shift Q, the ice that's hitting you with Shift Q or Shift C is just not doing enough damage, and it needs to be. Also, I think the pets are not doing enough damage either because they got nerfed because they were doing good damage, and then they nerfed it. So I don't know. John says, "Oh no, poor Reslar." That's probably your accessory, dude.
I'm used to it. Don't worry.
He only failed a pry and a try. It's fine. Wow, seriously says, wait, next week is the tier list, correct? Y'all better get class mains opinions as well, but I'm super hyped for it. Ready for Reslar to call Guardians busted in every category for the 100th time? Roar. XD, Keck W.
They are busted in every category. So...
Biohack said, I just hit a Tet disto during the podcast. Does that count? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
I like how he didn't even tell us that happened.
Yeah.
It's so nothing to him.
Yeah.
Like hitting Tet Disto to Biohack is like hitting a fucking like a duo something for us. So he's just like, oh, hey, okay.
Yeah, you finally have silver, Biohack. Grats. Matteo Audit says, you guys need to see a little bit further in the future. Blackstar armor will be used to build fail stack for Tet Pen Dead God attempt 1 year from now. Therefore, people will hit Pen Blackstar. It's one of the only ways to get a 300 stack without losing big money from a 200 plus fail stack blowing on normal boss gear. You cron Tet Blackstar, go for Pen to raise the stack for Dead God. It's certainly possible. But it also has stats and is being promoted, and I don't know. It still feels like a dead end to me. But yeah, for fail stacking armor, you're right. Dreadspark says, for the record, Shy still has no PvP endgame. We would love an awakening though. Dirty archers can stay without one though because they shoot us too much. Are archers shooting Shies a lot? Is that a thing?
Yeah, there's actually, whenever you decide to main an archer, you have to sign this contract that says, I will flag on every Shy that I see in the open world. So.
Plagues is asking, when's the tier list? An update everyone when's the tier list, Reslar? When we're doing it?
Yeah, well, I was going to do it after the comments.
Okay, we'll get to it. We'll get to it
we can
right
just wait
after.
until that.
Tim says, Frosty is so carried that it cannot be a coincidence. Must be related to the dong tugging of Pearl Abyss.
The dong tugging.
I don't know if that's like a... I think that would make Pearl Abyss hate me if I was tugging their dong. Dancing Sword says, the Nova Scythe switching makes her feel even more identity-less. Her Awakening kit feels all over the place. Pink-themed fencing with DK summoning sword skills with throwing Sork Scythe with slow blue-themed pre-awakening and full-blown ice skills. Like, what the fuck? I hate the Scythe shit so much.
You know what? He actually did nail, like... It feels like there's too much like random shit thrown in.
Yeah, it's sort of all over the place.
Yeah. Like even the whole fencing identity that it has is kind of scuffed because like Shift Q and just Q itself are both like such important abilities that you use really frequently.
Yeah. Finn says it may not have been during this podcast, but I've heard Frosty compare the number of available classes and League of Legends. While League does have an ever-growing roster, their champions are all limited to 4 skills, mostly looking at you, Jace, and a solid core identity. Even with this, there are a fair number of champions slated for a kit rework in order to bring them up to the standards of the current game. Would it be exponentially more difficult and expensive to do so in BDO? Should BDO attempt to rework classes that have fallen out of favor or expected standards? Love the podcast.
That's
Keep
an
up the great
interesting
work.
thought. So he's essentially saying, similarly how they rework 1 or 2 champions a year, along with making new champions, should PA do that as well to the classes in BDO?
Yeah.
I mean...
I don't know about reworking completely, but I feel like they could definitely take a look at, like, some of the underperforming kits in the game and look at changing the abilities themselves instead of just changing numbers. I mean, they did that with Warrior, but then they haven't like done it since or even talked about doing it since, right? They gave Warrior that PvE skill. Like they gave him a completely new skill that was based off of how the class was doing and not just a blanket change like this new thing that they're coming out with.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be down. It's just like at the moment there's only a couple classes that would like really be up for like a rework, right? Like maybe I don't know what classes would be. I guess like
Shy,
Suck Tamer.
Shy is specific to what it does. Like it was never
but
intended
it's
for
not.
PvP.
But it is like that's the problem.
Yeah,
they're like this isn't a PvP class, and yet it's one of the most important classes in Siege. Hello.
Yeah. Shy, Suck Tamer, I think could be reworked. Maybe even normal Tamer. Although I think people like the Tamer playstyle, but a rework doesn't mean like the class is just completely different. It just means it's brought up. Awaken Kuno, probably Awaken Meiwa, and Awaken Musa, some Musa's feel. So yeah, I mean, I'd have to see what that means. I mean, what's the difference between a rework and just the random buffs that they generally do with like in this last year, you know?
Well, remember way back when? Well, maybe you don't, Frosty, or actually you either, Resler. But Musa got a major rework way back in the day, in the Renown days. So I mean, and it was actually good for them, but at the same time, it kind of seemed like small initially from what some of the Musas were saying on the forums. So I guess they haven't. I guess it's supposed to have been like a major rework. I don't know. Their versions of reworks are different.
Assuming that they're like, again, if we're using like League as the template, like they did, right? So in League, when a champion gets reworked, it usually means their aesthetic is kept the same, and even usually one or two abilities are kept essentially the same, maybe only slightly changed. But usually, like 3 or 4 of their abilities, like including their passive, gets changed almost completely to like just work better while still keeping that same aesthetic that the class had previously. That's usually what the aim of the rework is. Now, it doesn't always work that way. Sometimes you have a case like Galio, who is like, old Galio is nothing like current Galio whatsoever. But usually the whole intent is to just take their kit, change like 2, 3, maybe even 4 abilities to make them relevant in the current game while keeping the current aesthetic, and usually the main ability that champion is known for is usually kept the same as well.
Yeah. I do wish that they would go through. So after they add this new awakening ability, whatever it's going to be, and if there's potentially a flow with it or whatever, I wish they would just go back, spend a good 2 months, like, hey, we went through every class and found all the skills that people just are completely not using, and we're going to try to make them either just completely different or useful in some way. Because that's one of the big things. Is like a lot of the kits just have so many unusable skills. Like imagine if DK's entire awakening kit was like usable and had like really cool shit, like SLMB and like skills like that. Like there's a lot of pre-awakened Meiwa and Musa skills that are just kind of like
grapple arrow. Anyone?
What are these for?
Whoa! Hold up! Don't be hating on the grapple arrow.
Kuno's chain
crash. But what if they reworked it to actually be insane though?
It isn't.
Well, I mean, for how it's used now, it's actually pretty good. It's just a lot of Meiwas don't know how to use it. That's the problem. They don't understand what its intention is for, so it looks bad to them.
Garrett Fair says, I'm not sure you know this class that well. Pre-Awaken has grab, and you can pop your DR buff and get max DR for 10 seconds. Also, multiple debuffs in that kit. Otherwise, I guess okay. I don't know what class he's talking about.
Talking about Nova? Maybe?
He's talking about Nova, then I don't know. What DR buff do you have for 10 seconds? It's the block is a 5 second.
You have E buff, but doesn't that last for 30?
It's 30 seconds.
For blocking?
Also multiple debuffs in that kit. Yeah, I don't know. Every kit has debuff. I'm not really sure what he's talking about. The Spoon Elite says, can we get back on topic and talk about Chase, please? True. Shazer says Nova vacuum duration way too long and the cooldown on the skills too short.
Wait, what skill?
The
The
Nova vacuum.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't disagree with both of those points.
I mean, it is pretty short, but it's like it's one of their defensive tools to zone.
I mean, if the
It's
rest of
not
the kit
like-
is better,
it's not
it
like
wouldn't
a-
really, I don't
It's
know.
not like a Mystic vacuum where it's like super oppressive on its reach. Like you have to actually run right into it.
I think the bigger thing is the fact that they can throw 2 of them out. Like, even if it's on cooldown, you can throw out a second one if you do the sideways, which is kind of stupid.
The Chase
Like,
podcast.
If the skill's on cooldown, it should be on cooldown. It shouldn't be. It's on cooldown, but don't worry, you can still use it if you just walk sideways while using it. That's kind of weird.
Wait, what skill? The vacuum?
The vacuum, you can throw 2 stars out.
Yeah,
So if
yeah,
you
but
do,
yeah.
if you do just the right click and then you do the side right click, it throws out like 2 of them,
Right. You don't like that you
which
can
is
throw
weird.
2?
Well, just like either put it on a separate cooldown or make it to where it doesn't like that. That's just weird. It doesn't say anywhere that it can do that, so I feel like it's either a bug or they just forgot to include some line of text somewhere. I'm not sure which is more likely, in all honesty.
Yeah, but the 2-star, it's not when it's on cooldown. You have to use it back to back, as it's like almost like a flow of itself. It's not separate. It's not like you can use it when one is on cooldown. It's actually like just back to back. So that's what is it called? RMB, forward RMB. Yeah, it says summon 1-star per attack. Like it is kind of in there. It's just vague, but you can throw it twice while it's on cooldown. So if you hold it while in awakening, it'll throw 2. Or if you right click quick enough when casting the first one, you can like cast 2. But yeah, it has to be like literally like back to back. I think that is intended. Maybe it's just not described properly.
It's just not clear.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super into. I just wish. I kind of wish it functioned different than a vacuum. Just something more interesting than a vacuum to me. But oh well.
Also, something that followed the CC rules would be nice.
Yeah. Although I guess if it followed the CC rules, you'd have to actually be CC'd.
True.
Asfar says, looking at comments every week with there being 30 or 40 odd comments, it scares me that there will be too many one day and the whole segment will be lost, which would be a real shame. It's rare that you see creators interact with their fans this closely. I don't think we're really at the point where we're not going to read them. I enjoy the comment section. So
Wait,
even if there's a lot, we generally read
they're
through all of
scared
them.
that we're gonna get too big and.
That there's going to be too many and then we're not going to read them. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, there's been some
Yeah.
podcasts where there was a shitload, but I don't think there's.
Yeah. That's okay. It is what
If
it is.
if we really have a lot, then we can just zoom through them. But that's never been really that big of an issue that we've needed to like really do that. I think I can only think of one show where we had like 50 something comments, I want to say, where we were talking about it. You're like, okay, we're going to have to kind of run through these relatively quickly. Like we can't really spend time on each one because there's just so many.
I think we mitigated the issue a little bit because a lot of people were putting 2 or 3 comments.
Yeah.
Keeping them all concise and in one. Yeah.
Yeah, just having one comment and edit it if you want extra stuff and give us a TLDR. If it's way too long, we can't always read it, especially if there's too many. Anyway, that is the show. We hit the end there. We did it,
Hell
guys.
yeah.
We got through it. Hopefully next week you know more about the Node War stuff and actually get to see it in action a little bit and have that video they promised us.
Yeah, that would be helpful in clearing a lot of this up.
Rosa, you want to close us out?
Sure. I'd like to thank everybody for watching. If you're watching the stream, if you're watching the YouTube video, or if you're just listening to this on Spotify or iTunes or wherever you're listening to it, we appreciate it. Thank you so much to Biohack for coming on the show today and hanging out with us and talking to us about all the crazy shit that he's doing. The top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1%. Make sure you check him out. Links in the description for his YouTube and his Twitch. So make sure you go check him out and all of his crazy shit. You can sub to make him do enhancements that aren't as profitable as they would normally be. So that's
Yep.
fun. You get to cause him inner torment as he has to click for like pin Black Star or whatever the fuck he's doing on that day. Yeah, hopefully we know more about the Node War stuff next week. So we'll hopefully have stuff to talk about then.
And the tier
make sure you
list.
check out our. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot the tier list. We're recording it tomorrow. We said.
Yep,
Is that what
tomorrow
we said?
night.
Yeah, so we're gonna record it tomorrow night and release it. It'll be up on the YouTube channel on Wednesday. So that's what we're gonna do. It's probably gonna end up being fairly long. I don't know, probably at least 2 hours is what I'm expecting. We're gonna
Like
try
20
and,
fucking classes.
yeah, with like 2
It's gonna be
kits.
fun.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun. I'm
It's
excited.
gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot, but it should be a good time. There's probably gonna be a lot of arguments,
People are
a
asking,
lot of fighting.
are we streaming the tier list?
No, we are not streaming the tier list. We haven't before, so I mean, I don't know. Should we? I feel
No.
like no. I feel like the whole point of the tier list is like it's a big release whenever it comes out. You know, it's like a big thing that people get hyped for.
I'm fine either way. The only thing is like, even though I do want to stream it, I think it'd be cool to stream it. I do want I want it to just be our focused thoughts and stuff, and not
Yeah,
it
not
be
like
dictated
Yeah,
by the
interacting
chat.
with chat.
Yeah, a little bit.
yeah.
I love interacting with chat, but in that particular sense, I don't want anyone to feel like their opinion is swayed by the chat. Is the only thing,
Yeah.
or they're
I
walking on
mean,
eggshells. You know.
If you end up streaming, I'll probably stream as well. You know, gotta get that Twitch partner. You know.
No, let's not.
But
stream
yeah,
it.
no.
I think
if that's the goal, is to not worry about doing that kind of stuff, then yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're better off just devoting our full attention to it while we're in it, and maybe that'll also help it go by a little bit
A
faster.
little bit faster. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially since we're gonna be starting it
honestly, that's-
kind of late at night, because we're starting it at 7 p.m. Nyashi's time. So if it runs
Yeah.
really late, then it's
Yeah.
that could be a problem. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna record that tomorrow night. It's gonna be released on Wednesday morning, unless something goes horrifically wrong. And so yeah, look forward to that. Check out our individual streams: twitch.tv/SoFrosty, Nyashi_NA, and Not Reslar. Make sure to check out the Patreon. Shout out to all the patrons. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the Twitch subs in each individual chat. Frosty's, Nyashi's, and myself. And yeah, thanks for watching, and we'll catch y'all next week.